Joint Appropriations Committee. Ms. Chasson, are we ready online? You're live. Thank you. Director Richards, would you please take the roll?
Good morning, members of the committee. It's the 9th day of JAC committee hearings. Representative Allamand. Present. Representative Angelos. Here. Representative Haroldson. Here. Representative Pendergraft. Here. Representative Sherwood. Here. Representative Smith.
Here.
Senator Driscoll.
Here.
Senator French.
Here.
Senator Garou.
Here.
Senator Larson.
Here.
Co-Chairman Salazar. Here. Chairman Bear.
Here.
Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Thank you. Director Richards, would you please lead us into our first order of business?
The entire day is comprised of K-12 education. You start off today with the Department of Education, which is Agency 206. Presenting today is Superintendent Degenfelder. She's joined by Deputy Shaner, and I believe the COO, Trent Carroll.
Welcome, Superintendent Degenfelder. We appreciate your being here today. Wednesday is the day we wear red, just so you know.
Mr. Chairman, I wear red every day.
All right, great. We love that. And your budget reflects that, so we appreciate that. And welcome, Mr. Shaner and Mr. Carroll. We appreciate you both being here. Please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Megan Degenfelder, State Superintendent of Public Instruction. Today, I'm here to present Agency 205, which is School Finance, and Agency 206, which is the Department of Education. I am extremely proud of the work of the Department of Education over the last 2 years. We have been laser focused on our strategic plan, which ultimately leads to greater outcomes, learning outcomes for our students across the state. Our strategic plan includes 6 key initiative areas: empowering parents and eliminating political bias, preparing students for jobs through career and technical education, patriotism and civics in schools, reducing bureaucracy, supporting our teachers, and early literacy. And if it's permissible to the chairman, I'd like to take just a quick moment to discuss some of the work over the last 2 years in these areas.
Please proceed. In
the area of parental empowerment and eliminating political bias, we have launched a curriculum transparency initiative in which 26 of our 48 school districts currently participate. We worked on library book guidance as well as protected women's sports, and with the legislature worked to create historic school choice in the form of charter schools and education savings accounts. We are excited, speaking of school choice, for the federal tax credit scholarship program. We are working with the governor's office currently and have expressed support for the program and willingness at the Department of Education to administer the program. At this time, we are waiting on rules from the Department of Treasury on how that program will be implemented. Hopefully hear from them in the spring or summer timeframe. For career and technical education, we rewrote the state plan for federal money for career and technical education, reducing the plan in half, creating more ease for our district and efficiency. We worked with you all to increase funding for career and technical student organizations, and we've piloted things like work-based learning and project-based learning. We're also in the process of evaluating how we give schools and districts credit for things like work-based learning, for things like those soft skills that we know that our employers want within the accountability model. For patriotism and civics in schools, we launched a civics education portal with the University of Wyoming. We launched curriculum videos with the Military Vehicles Museum in Du Bois, launched Purple Star Schools, and have much to come for America's 250 celebration this spring. For supporting our teachers, we launched a Principal Leadership Academy, also in partnership with the university, as well as the first annual Mega Teacher Conference. We launched the Wyoming Innovators Network, which is a means to be able to pay Wyoming educators to provide professional development to other educators, rather than spending that money on high-dollar national vendors. We launched the Tour of Excellence, and we significantly reduced content and performance standards in alignment with the State Board of Education, as well as an assessment reduction initiative to ease that testing burden on our districts. Lastly is literacy, in which we promulgated rules around reading, assessment, and intervention, secured a multi-million-dollar federal grant, and launched a statewide literacy partnership. Now, of course, when it comes to our most overarching goal in education, that is improving student learning. Our efforts across the state are working, as overall proficiency on the state assessment has increased. This year, both English language arts as well as science have returned to pre-pandemic levels of achievement, And in the area of math, we are just 0.4% away from pre-pandemic levels. At the Department of Education, our core values include three things: customer service, transparency, and innovation. We stress those values in everything that we do, and we even honor employees each quarter for the one who has most exuded those values. Having come from the private sector, it's my goal to make WDE the most efficient agency and also make it the greatest place to work, where we are able to attract employees from all over the state. I don't believe that we should limit our state government to the city of Cheyenne and instead spread payroll all across the state. As a result, we currently have employees that are working in 15 counties across the state of Wyoming. Now, you have seen a statewide telework policy report that was provided from A&I, in which 85.5% of state agencies have telework policies. But I pride WDE in being unique for two reasons. Number one, we have been very intentional at looking to hire outside of Cheyenne to ensure we have the best and brightest within the state. And number two, we have now fully implemented project management software that is being used by every employee at the Department of Education that generates weekly workload updates. It pulls from calendars, from emails, and manual entry to give an idea each week of productivity of our employees. As a result, we have become incredibly efficient with our workload and these new initiatives I described. And we currently, for this year, had the third lowest employee turnover in executive branch agencies, just under Wyoming Game and Fish and Fire Prevention and Electrical Safety, which is, of course, a very small agency. So with that, unless there are any questions, we can start review of Department 206 budget and our exception requests.
Questions or comments for the superintendent? Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning. Maybe because of my background, but I'm particularly enamored with Dan Stark's museum in Du Bois and with his wealth of information. Would you take a minute and just explain a little bit more about the curriculum that you have developed with him?
Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, thank you for the question. Our partnership with Mr. Starks and the museum is only growing at this point, and it's been an exciting project because, like many of you, have visited the museum and thought, how do we get this to every student across the state? Not every student can make that long trek to Du Bois. And so what we did is we partnered with the museum to create 3 videos, these high quality, high content videos that are based on the Vietnam War, the Korean War, and World War II. Those launched just a few months ago and are now available to students across the state as part of our civics portal, but also for homeschool students, for our VFWs, for anyone who wants to access those. And so that was kind of the first step in our partnership. We're also working with Mr. Starks on expanding that, on looking at ways, as I mentioned, our projects into America 250, including designations for schools as Patriot schools. And so that work has just begun, but the videos were the first step.
Follow-up?
Thank you for that. That's music to my ears. Could you send me via email or however it is, how I can access those? I'd like to pass that on to the homeschool areas or the people in my area. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, we'll send it to the entire committee.
Thank you for that. Any other questions for the superintendent? Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good morning, Superintendent and et al. Dickey. Everybody, it's hard on this one. I can't see everybody. Congratulations on your low turnover rate. That's very, very exciting. I wanted to know, the governor's recommended the 24 pay tables across the enterprise, and I assume that means you're part of the enterprise as well. What are your thoughts on that?
Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, of course, we want to make sure to compensate our state employees to the level in which they perform. At the WDE, we have incredible employees. I do think that we need to make sure that we are keeping up pace. We'll never be able to compete with the private sector, but the Department of Education has another unique challenge in which we have to compete, so to speak, with our school districts. And so that is an area where we are currently watching. I continue to be of the belief that we can do more to expand the autonomy of offices such as mine to be able to hire less people, but at a higher salary, and again, operate the agency like a private business. So I think there's more that we can do in addition as well.
Follow-up, go ahead.
But as far as the pay bands go, you're in favor of that across your enterprise as well?
Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman,
understood it right.
Senator, yes, but again, I think we have a lot of work to do considering pay bands in general.
Go ahead, follow-up.
If you, and I understand about the school districts, and I think we're going to be talking about that a lot today. What are some specific ideas that you have that maybe could help us with that? If you did, as far as what we should be looking at from your vantage point, because it is a unique vantage point.
Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, I think allowing for more autonomy, particularly within the elected offices, to be able to manage those pay bands. We are incredibly beholden to the Office of A&I. Relationships have improved there in the last year, I will say, but we are waiting on timelines. We are subject to what is written on paper for us. And so if I'm in the instance where I have an incredible standout employee that when I was in the private sector, I was able to, reward that employee and maybe make changes within the agency that allow for within the budget to fund that, I'm unable to do that. And so as you'll recall from last year, I believe in at-will employees. I believe in the ability to be able to pay those employees of what we see fit to be able to keep our best and brightest.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thanks.
Yeah. Further questions? Superintendent, we talked last year about the telework. You explained that from your perspective, that was how you could be competitive for these employees, which a lot of them come from school districts. This keeps you, having them spread out throughout the state keeps you from competing with one school district for those employees. But it seems like you heard this committee last year because now you have a project management software to keep track of things. And first, I want to just say I appreciate that you heard us and that you're working on that. And we'll look forward to more details about how that is working, as there are, from my opinion, many people who are teleworking in state government. We'd like to make sure that we're doing that well. And it looks like you're leading the way in that. We appreciate that. You mentioned 0.4% improvement in math from pre-pandemic levels. I was busy writing that down when you talked about reading, and I'd like to know what the reading improvements were or not from pre-pandemic levels.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'm pulling up right now. And so with math, we are 0.4% away from being pre-pandemic levels.
Yeah, I did write the word "from" there.
Perfect. Mr. Chairman, so all three content areas this year saw between 1% to 3% increases. Let's see, for English language arts, Lori Hernandez might be able to give me the exact numbers. I want to make sure I give you the exact, because I have right here, all three were from 1% to 3%. Mr. Chairman, so those levels are exactly the same as pre-pandemic levels.
Okay. Thank you. All right. With that, I think we'll go ahead and proceed. And just for the public's sake, what we've been doing is we're going right to your exception requests. Have you go through that. The committee has read your overall budget, and we appreciate that, but we don't really need to get into the base budget unless anyone from the committee has questions about that, which we'll hold till the end. So if you could go ahead and lead us into your first exception request.
Perfect. Mr. Chairman, our exception requests we'll start with 206. That's typically where we start with the Department of Education. So turning to page 13, we'll walk through those 10 priorities. So number 1 and 10 are both for technology replacement. This isn't the first time you've heard about this program and the need for technology replacement across agencies. IT hardware is included in number 1. That is 65 laptops. And then number 10 is provided for software. WD continues to work with ETS. We follow their replacement schedule. Again, I know that you've had much discussion of technology replacement in this committee. Number 2 is a net to zero position and budget transfer for the Charter School Authorizing Board. This is per the request from the board to have their own separate budget unit. I will note that the board is not directed in any way by the Department of Education and has full autonomy. WD simply provides administrative report and acknowledges under our budget. You will notice a governor's recommendation of additional budget authority, which would increase fees paid by the charter schools to support the executive director position and the board operating budget. Now, to be fair, depending on the increase of charter schools with the cap now removed, that increased operating budget for the board could be necessary. However, I do remain opposed to the executive director's salary being far higher than comparable state positions. So if the JAC does desire to follow the governor's recommendation, I would simply request that the special revenue amount in Unit 1002 be reduced by roughly $80,000. This is per the analysis of comparable state employees that we performed at the department.
Senator Grew.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Separating out the comment about the salaries for the executive director, which I think is notable. It's been talked about the possibility of taking this, we're kind of navigating in some uncharted waters with charter schools and how that's looking. What are your thoughts on the idea of just taking that out and putting it in a separate department?
Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, that has been discussed quite a bit. I am just of the opinion that we shouldn't be increasing government. And I think when you add more agencies, you're adding more government. And at the end of the day, there will be additional expenses that occur with that. I think that the separate budget unit is acceptable. I think that's the exact same scenario that we have for the State Board of Education, which is even larger board, and would again reiterate that the WD has no authority over decisions or directives by the Charter Authorizing Board. This isn't a matter of it needs to be in my agency. I can't reconcile increasing the number of state agencies in Wyoming.
Follow-up, go ahead, Senator.
And I appreciate that and agree with it to an extent, but I want to make sure I heard you right though, but as far as leaving them more autonomous as they do their work, like I say, outside some questions about salaries and things, but that's the way you'd see that going, leaving it under that umbrella now, WDE umbrella, but having it has a separate place. And just to follow up on that, I do appreciate how you separate that out. We've been talking about that a lot, especially with the electeds. Some who seem to pool everything together into one big pot. This budget, thank you very much, Mr. Carroll and team seems to be very well organized in that fashion. We do appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, yes, that's exactly how I see it working. I mean, this has worked for decades with the State Board of Education, also being under the Department of Education. Similarly, WDE, the state superintendent, do not direct that board in any way. I serve on the state board as a voting member. I appoint a certain number of individuals on the charter authorizing board, but we're simply providing administrative support. They act entirely independent, and I believe it should stay that way.
All right. I'm going to hold off. I assume you're going to just go through the summary and then we'll get into the individuals. So that's what I'd prefer you do. If you could just do a quick, brief description of all of your exceptions, then we'll get into the individuals, because I have some questions on this one as well. So I'll wait on that. If you'll just go ahead and proceed with your summary.
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I'll keep those brief and then we can get into more of the details. Number 3 includes multiple reorganization of positions within the Department of Education. These are all net to zero. I'm happy to get into the details of those. This year, I really took a hard look at how we create efficiencies in the agency and found that some teams could be consolidated, could better fit each other to more effectively serve our school districts. So those are just movement around the agency to create efficiencies. Number 4 through 9. So those are all budget authority only, and those are a result of changes in federal funds and special revenue. You'll see that it's an overall decrease due to the expiration of one-time federal grants, et cetera. I can speak more to that in detail, but those are all just changes within federal funds as well as special revenue for conferences. So that is very high level, Mr. Chairman, of Agency 206. As you see, it is a negative total exception request, but I'm happy to go into detail on each of those further.
Any questions on the summary? Seeing none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I would note a couple of items beyond these exception requests. Number one, first was mentioned by the governor in his remarks and letter, which is the Farm to School program. This connects Wyoming producers, agriculture producers, with our school districts. We are actively applying for continued federal funding for this position, but we will not know whether or not we receive that funding until June, likely. And so one option the legislature could pursue is to add a budget footnote, which would only go into effect if we do not receive that federal fund. Necessary funding for this position and vehicle would be about $100,000 per year.
Superintendent, on that issue, and it is, I think, near and dear to all of our hearts when it comes to education and throughout the state. So we would like you to keep us up to date on that as we go into the budget session. Make sure we don't slip and forget that budget footnote if we choose to do that.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
The second thing I would note is Unit 1107 for the Education Savings Account. We had previously submitted a letter to the co-chairs highlighting a concern of the removal by the Budget Office of the $60 million in the scholarship funds from our standard budget. Existing law requires the $60 million be included in WD's standard budget. And while the timing of the litigation is still unknown, it's my view that should remain in the standard budget. Of course, if we pull that out, just due to pending litigation, we will eventually have to find a means to put that back in. And if the court rules in our favor, we want to be ready to go, ready to make sure that we can fully administer those funds. So with that, Mr. Chairman, those were high level on Agency 206. And so if you'd like me to go into more detail on each exception request, happy to do that.
I would, please.
All right, Mr. Chairman, so bringing us back to, I won't go into more detail on the IT replacement.
Yeah, well, you can skip the TRPs. We're very familiar with those.
All right, good deal. Number two, again, I shared a little bit of detail on just that net to zero position and budget transfer. So if there are any more questions on the Wyoming Charter School Authorizing Board, I would take those.
Any questions for the superintendent on the Charter Authorizing Board? Superintendent, I mentioned earlier, I do have some questions. There's been a lot of conversation, as was mentioned earlier, about making a separate agency, if you will, so this charter school board can be independent of political influence. The way we designed it, half of the board is in your purview, and the other half is basically in the chief executive's purview. And then this executive director, we didn't really create a position for that. The governor did that on his own, and in the last budget, we let that go, and then now here we are funding that position. So that position is what you described as being problematic for your division as far as the pay that's in there. You suggested an $80,000 removal from your budget. Explain to me how that would work.
Mr. Chairman, so if the committee decides to accept the governor's recommendation, then what I would ask is that be reduced by $80,000 to bring the salary commensurate with similar positions across the state. We did considerable look at other state agencies of positions that have similar reporting structure and and I'm happy to present to the committee what led us to what that reasonable level is, or Mr. Carroll, if you have that handy and want to describe.
Mr. Carroll?
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Trent Carroll, Wyoming Department of Education. So we did look at several positions. There aren't very many positions that are exactly like this one, but we looked at other independent boards and similar structures, and we found 4 positions that were in a similar classification, A&I classification. And we based our estimate on the salaries currently paid for those positions. We also looked at an administrative position within the Department of Education as another comparison, and lastly, school districts, superintendents that would have roughly the same population as the charter schools currently under the authority of the board. We do know that the number of charter schools is likely to increase as we move forward with the removal of the cap. We don't know exactly how many applications we'll see during the next application window in March, but we think that the number will grow over time. But based on that information, the review of other position salaries in state government, a comparable within the WDE, and then district superintendents with a comparable size That's how we landed on our estimate.
Okay. So this is a position that is filled, and we're talking about changing the salary for that position. Am I clear on that?
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. And I would just note for the record that this is nothing personal, against individuals. I think this is unfortunately how government creep and government increase in cost tends to occur, is we forget about it and we don't adjust that appropriately. And I'm simply looking to make sure that this position, especially as we, set things with how they're meant to be for the charter school board, is at an appropriate level considering other state government employees and their salaries.
Vice Chairman Driscoll.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. I'm having a hard time reconciling that you just got done saying you didn't want to interfere and you didn't want to put your finger on anything to do with the charter schools and leave it inside. And then immediately after say, we want to cut a salary by $80,000, which conflicts directly with that. And to me, that's exactly what the problem's been with charter schools all along, is everyone says they're fine until they're not, and then they enter in. And so for me, it's really hard to reconcile it, because we can all up and down, I've worked with A&I on a lot of things, justify salaries up and down throughout our government end. But I think it's really important, charter is something that's been close to me, that they really be allowed to spend their own money the way they would like to see it, not have someone intervene and do it. And I think salaries is only the start of it. As they go on down the path, this is exactly the politicization that we have problems with. I'd like you to kind of address where you think it's appropriate, not appropriate to intervene, even though you said you wouldn't, where it is appropriate to. Thank you.
Superintendent?
Sure, Mr. Chairman, Senator Driscoll, fair point taken. I think that this, when we talk about salaries and budget items, we know, of course, that this is the process that it goes through and ultimately approved by the Joint Appropriations Committee. Even for myself, being a duly elected official of the state, comes to this body and discuss, and you have ultimate approval of those positions and funding. I don't need to have the last say on what this position costs. What I simply ask is that we ensure that positions are kept within the A&I pay bands that all of us are expected to operate under. And so I'm just looking for comparability across state governments and making sure that if we're going to have A&I pay bands that I have to operate under, that other agencies do as well.
So Superintendent, the good vice chair said that, basically said that the charter schools are really needing this, and I agree they need a director. We didn't foresee that when we set this all up, but it wasn't the charter schools that were determining this salary. Is that correct? This was the chief executive, correct? I mean,
Mr. Chairman, that's absolutely correct.
he made this position out of whole cloth and then selected a salary for it, and we're playing catch up now as a legislature, and have been, and the decision was probably the right one to get somebody in there. But now we've got an issue where somebody's getting paid more than everybody else. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, I would say that's accurate.
Okay. All right, thank you. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry to interrupt. Before we move on, Mr. Carroll mentioned the applications, and I'd like him to go over that again, where we're at on applications for charter schools, because this discussion about making this an independent agency, I'm not opposed to that eventually, but if we're really not there yet as far as these applications, I really don't, got a lot of moving parts here as we get this thing rolling. I don't want to throw one more change into all these moving parts. So I'd really like to hear where we're at on the applications.
Mr. Chair, if I could take that one, excuse me. So we have 3 approved state authorized charter schools that are currently operating: Chugwater, Cheyenne, Casper. We have a 4th that is approved, that is not operating yet, that's Alpine. And then next March, we will open our application window, which is the whole month of March. And at this point, everything is just sort of in the works. We don't know for sure who will apply. But we do know that there are several communities that have expressed interest to the charter board leadership and our staff looking at submitting an application, up to 3 or 4 that have expressed some interest at this point. So when that window opens on March 1st, we could reasonably see multiple applications coming in for new state charters.
So 3 or 4, which would double what we have now.
Correct.
Okay, and that's great news. My hope would be even more, but what are your thoughts, Superintendent, on the capability of the board to handle that in a timely manner, those 3 or 4 applications in March?
Mr. Chairman, I think that that lends itself to the need for increased operating budget, and that's why I say I think that that is fair to be able to do that. To your point, I do think that an executive director position is necessary as we start to look at increased applications, and so it's not a matter of that position. I do think that we need to make sure that we have the infrastructure in place to support the board and to have someone that they can direct, an individual that is under their supervision, and that's what this position really is. Again, not directed in any way by myself or the agency, but by the board. And so that's where I say I do think that some help in terms of the operating budget and the executive director is necessary. I just think we need to, as you mentioned, level set on salary and what pay bands are permissible by the state.
Okay, that's a real challenge for us with somebody that's already filling the position, but we'll have discussions about that. Any further questions for the superintendent on this priority? Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, that brings us to priority number 3. Again, this is multiple reorganization of positions within WD. They are all net to zero, well, except for one, which I will share which we hope to bring a savings to you all in January with the elected official letter.
Superintendent, I'm sorry, just to help the public along, if you could give us page number so that they can keep track of where we're at, where this exception request is at.
Mr. Chairman, that would be page 30.
I'm seeing it on page 30, am I right?
I'll just go to page 30. Yep. Page 30, Mr. Chairman, yes.
Okay. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, so page 30, those reorganization of positions. There is one position which is actually going to ideally be a net reduction in savings to the state, which we'll bring to you in January, an elected official letter. So during the past year, I sought to create cost savings and efficiency within teams at the Department of Education. One of the first changes that came about was when our chief academic officer retired. And I made the decision to lower the classification in order to have a stable state literacy position. So again, this will ultimately result in net savings, but we still don't have that exact number, just as we're working with A&I on potential adjustment of lower salaries with an existing appropriation. But again, those savings from that position being reclassed to a lower level will be presented to you in January.
Okay, questions on this priority? Superintendent, I have a question, and you just mentioned it a little bit, the reading program that the federal government defunded. The last time we had conversations during the supplemental budget, you were having to shut down that entire organization within your organization, that division of, I can't remember, it was about reading, it was about helping the schools get a better reading program, and I want to say it was more than one position. Explain how this ties into that.
Mr. Chairman, that's correct. And we'll get to, there's also another priority item of decreased budget authority relating to literacy. And so these kind of tie together, and I'll try to keep it as clear as possible. So we received word that we would not be receiving continuation of a federal grant around literacy. Our literacy team worked the midnight hours. We worked with the U.S. Department of Education to be able to restore that, not to the full amount, but we did later receive word that we're going to be receiving this multi-million-dollar grant moving forward. And so that was very exciting to be able to do that. So several months ago, when we submitted the budget, we were in the expectation that we would lose all of those positions related to literacy due to the lapse of the federal program. So being that last session, we did not receive an additional literacy position, that was incumbent on myself to, I think, find a position within the department to ensure that we could meet statutory requirements around literacy. And so that was when, with the retirement of an executive leadership position, I made the decision, rather than continuing to hire at that level, to hire that literacy position. We have since received word that we have received the literacy grant. It is less, which is why in item number, is that 7 or 8? That is a decrease. However, we will still be able to fund a position through that grant. Again, that's not long-term stability. We did still need a state employee. There are 2 bills that have come from the Joint Education Committee, one of which does include an additional literacy position as well. So, Mr. Chairman, if that answers your question as clearly as I can.
I believe so. In the end, is this additional position going to be helping with the literacy program?
Mr. Chairman, this position will be handling our state literacy. So we did not have a state literacy position. And to be frank, we had no one who was able to perform the duties of our statutory requirements. Federally funded positions cannot use their time to administer state programs. And so we at the department were cobbling that together as best as we could. And so each district is required to submit their literacy plans to the state. They have largely been put on a shelf because we do not have the ability to review those, to meaningfully engage in districts, because we have not had a state position. This position will be dedicated to supervising our literacy program, but those state duties.
Okay, so that's good. I'm going to want more details on that, if hopefully the committee wants that as well, because I'm looking at the literacy, where we're at as a state compared to other states. You mentioned that we're flat since the pandemic as far as increasing our literacy. And so explain to us what this is going to do. I'd like to kind of know what the federal program was doing before they defunded it, and how this state program will be the same or different.
Mr. Chairman, we're happy to give a timeline as well to the committee to just kind of describe, how we've gotten here, how we've moved with positions. But literacy has been a tremendous focus for us the last couple of years. From pre-pandemic levels, we did drop as a result of the pandemic. We are now back up to pre-pandemic levels. And so we know that our efforts are working, but we still have a tremendous amount of work to do. And so the bill that we're working on with the Joint Education Committee is meant to really ramp up those efforts. Again, now we have rules that are promulgated around intervention and assessment. Screeners in place that require each school district to administer screeners from the K-2 level. And this statewide initiative that we've launched is in partnership with the University of Wyoming regarding our teacher prep programs. It's in partnership with Professional Teaching Standards Board to look at raising the bar on certifications. We partnered with an outside entity that is going to provide 70 plus hours of training that teachers are able to take to be able to provide professional development related to the science of reading. And then we also had the Elbogen Foundation step up and say that they will provide funding for those teachers to be able to take a very rigorous national assessment after completion of that training. And so there are a lot of efforts in place. We'd be happy to give a one-pager to the committee to kind of outline all of those efforts in a concise manner. But a lot of changes have occurred since we have provided this budget. Good changes in the fact that we're able to receive these additional funds. This new program will have, stronger parameters around which districts are able to apply. And these opportunity zones that are determined based on things such as low income, poverty levels. And so we will be really laser focused on particular districts for this. But again, that is a lot to spill on this committee, and we'd be happy to provide a one-pager on all of that.
So that's what this position will manage, is all those programs. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, this position will supervise the federal grant as well as our state duties that are required under state statute that the federal employees otherwise cannot be working on.
Okay. Further questions on this section? I'm going to divert us just a little bit here, and we're going to, you had mentioned your 6 priorities that you're working on statewide, and I want to kind of delve into that because this reading is critical. This is how we keep kids out of prison and how we make a great society, is getting these children to be able to read. And I know you're working on it. When I talk about this within my school district, the pushback that I usually hear is that it's parental involvement. Now, you've talked about parental rights, and I'm right on board with you on that. But what within your scope do you see that we can do to help get parents involved with what's going on? I believe parental rights is a good start to that very issue. But what, from your perspective, can we do to get parents to help the teachers out? You know, I think many of us that were successful at reading at a young age, I'm not sure that I really was, but anyway, our parents helped us. There's a story there, actually, but I'll leave that for another time. But how can we get parents involved?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question, and that's why part of our initiative actually included a parents group. The Wyoming Right to Read is made up of parents from around the state that are incredibly invested in literacy, and because we know that is a core piece to this discussion. And so we are looking at how we better educate parents, how we better empower them to get involved in what is this latest and greatest research when it comes to literacy. How do we understand things like Scarborough's rope? If you don't know what that is, Google that, and I can give you an idea of kind of how the research is turning with literacy. But involving parents in why this is important. I think this goes all the way back to transparency of data as well, knowing how your child is performing on these assessments, how to become engaged. One other thing that we are looking to launch in the spring, details have not been ironed out, but is a parent summit for parents across the state that will have different tracks on knowing your rights, but also how do you engage on things like literacy? What are the efforts we are working on at the state just to get parents more involved of the very discussions we're having right now? Because as we discuss this during joint appropriations, our parents are in their offices busy at work. And so those are some of the efforts that we're working on currently. And Mr. Chairman, the literacy bill that has come out of the Joint Education Committee does include tremendous involvement with parents.
Okay, thank you. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, I would just share on the other net to zero changes within the reorganization. So as a result of downclassing that position, that led us to look at the teams under that position and where they might best fit. For example, I found that our federal support programs, so dollars that are meant to support districts federally, was a completely different side of the agency as our state support programs. We have now brought those into one team because we had WD employees that would run into each other at the hallway in a school and didn't know that one another was going to be there. That's something we need to fix. And so bringing those together as a team, those are kind of the examples of the reorganization that you'll see that, again, net to zero, but we really looked at the entire organization and said, how do we move these teams? Another is to create a school choice team, bringing together, we had our ESA employees, our charter school individual that was helping with administrative there, completely separated across the agency. And so bringing those together with our private school licensure employee, again, just pure efficiencies. Mr. Chairman, moving on then to priority number 4.
I'm a little bit off. So the second one I can't, and we're going in page order is what I was, maybe I didn't make that clear. So the second one that I had was page 30, priority number 9, increase in special revenue for conferences and training budget. Before we get far afield, I'd like to make sure we cover that, and let's try to stay in page order if we could.
Mr. Chairman, apologies for that. I was going in priority number rather than page number. So we're back on track here, and maybe we'll cover those a second time.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Superintendent. What we found is the public really struggles going back and forth, and we're trying to make it better for them to keep track. So we're a little more transparent on this committee.
Absolutely. All right, Mr. Chairman, so page 30 is in fact priority number 9. Priority number 9 is additional special revenue authority. This is spending authority only of $200,000. This is in order for us to be able to collect registration fees and sponsor donations for different conferences and training events. We have several different conferences that connect teachers and different groups at the department. Another one is, as I mentioned, the Mega Teacher Conference that we brought together. We had exceptional interest in that, and so this just allows us to have additional budget authority from registration fees, et cetera.
Okay. Any questions on this priority? Okay. And the next one I see is 33. I may have missed one, so please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, page 33 is 1104 IM division. So this is one of those net to zero transfer of employees.
Yeah, we've kind of covered that. Any questions on this priority? Seeing none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, next is page 39. 1105.
I'm seeing number 10 on page 34. Oh, I'm sorry, that's part of our TRP, isn't it?
Yes, that's
Yeah, we
correct.
can skip that, okay? And then number 1 is on page 35.
Yes.
Sorry to do this to you. I know you probably had a plan and. Oh, yep, that's TRP. We can skip that.
I believe the next should be page 39.
Yep.
Priority
net to
number
zero.
3. That is another one. That's the net to zero transfer of that literacy position that we have discussed.
Okay. Any questions? This is the offset. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the next is page 62, unit 1229. And that is again, another of the net to zero transfer of employees, just moving location and teams.
Senator Group.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So at the end of the day, sorry, Madam Secretary, at the end of the day, where are you on FTEs this year over last? I'm looking 25, 26 year at 132, 2019 year at 125. Where do we end up on this one?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chairman, Senator Grew, we currently have 131 employees. And just for a little bit of historical context, 10 years ago, for the 17-18 budget, we had 129 employees. And so when you factor in last budget session, the legislature added 2 deaf and hard of hearing positions into our budget. We now have the 2 ESA positions as well as the charter school administrative support. And so considering all of those, we've actually had a very flat budget count.
So you're negative, now, from what I have, you're -1 then on that.
That's correct,
At the
Mr.
end of the
Chairman.
day. Okay, I'm just trying to, all these net to zero positions, I just was kind of following along, so make sure I had it right. Thanks.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just for transparency's sake, I did talk to the good superintendent about providing a visual on this so that we would have an org chart and then we could see the flow of those positions so that if our colleagues have questions on the floor, maybe that's something that we can provide as we walk through the budget when we present it this spring. Thank you.
Yeah, and
So I assume that that's forthcoming, so we'll see that soon.
And Mr. Chairman, I want to thank the committee for coming along that journey with us. I think, again, all too often, it's easier to just stick with the org chart that you receive. And this is complicated, but if we want to create efficiencies, if we want to create the most efficient teams within an organization, this is what it takes.
Yep. And I'll also add that the governor has recommended new positions, so he has a net +1, 2 new positions. Basically, they're transfers from that charter school. His chart, his recommendation, his exception shows +2 for a net of +1.
Mr. Chairman, I believe it's just 1, but Mr. Carroll.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm only aware of the 1 FTE under the governor's exception changes in Department 206. I'm
So,
looking on page
so does that mean he's
5.
denying your reduction of 1? I don't think he is. I think he's adding 2, and I think it was the charter school. Yes,
Excuse me, Mr. Chairman. The one of those positions already exists in the Department of Education, and then we are transferring that other one into the Department of Education, so the net is 1.
okay. Clear as mud. We'll work on that offline, so please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, next is page 66. This
Please
is
proceed.
again priority 2, back to the Charter School Authorizing Board. This is within our budget of that net to zero transfer of the board's operating budget out into their own separate unit. This, again, is how we have it structured with the State Board of Education. They have their own unit in which they bring their budget to WDE.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, on page 67 is priority 3, and that's just another net to zero transfer of one full-time employee.
Any questions? Okay, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, next is page 84. And this is priority number 4. So this is $1 million of an increase in federal revenue budget for 21 CCLC. So again, this is just an influx of funds from federal government. 21 CCLC is our after-school program that is funded by the feds.
Any questions on this priority? Vice Chairman Driscoll.
This probably goes beyond you, funded by the feds. What's our stability on federal funding on these? We're watching stuff go back and forth, and what are the impacts if they start pulling the rug out from under us? How does that either apply additional expenses to you or cause structural problems to you? And not just for this one, but across the board. Thank you.
Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, Senator, it's a great question because 21 CCLC was held up for a couple of months as the federal department reviewed its programs. The US Ed has been very clear with me that there is no plan for reduction in formulaic funding. In fact, with their efficiencies, they're hoping to return more funding to the states. And so the pause in funding for programs like 21 CCLC was simply that, just a pause, as they were reviewing programs, making sure that they were in line with federal priorities, and then those funds have now been allocated. And so I feel confident. We've seen a lot of interagency agreements that came out in the last few weeks with US Ed, but they continue to reiterate that formulaic funding to the states will not be reduced, and so that we continue to support these efforts.
Further questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, next on page 87 is priority number 7. This is a reduction in federal budget authority. This is the reduction of one AWEC position as a result of the SAMHSA grant for mental health expiring. These were one-time grants. We knew they were coming to an end, and so now you're just seeing it in the budget as reduced federal spending authority.
Any questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, next is page 91. This is priority 8. This is a reduction again in federal budget authority. This is the result of the previous literacy grant and the new literacy grant. The fact that we are reducing that amount, we received a lesser amount for this new grant, and so all you're seeing here is that reduction.
Can you tell us what the previous amount was of that grant, and we can do the math from there?
Mr. Chairman, so that reduction is $7,437,205.
That's the reduction. What was the total grant for that one? Or what is the new grant? Either one would help.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, I believe it was a little over 40 million previously, and now we're
Okay, that's close.
23.5.
23.5? Okay. Thank you. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, next is page 103. This is again priority 3, another net to zero move. And Mr. Chairman, I'd note on this as well, this literacy position will not only oversee the federal grant as well as the state work on literacy, but we have an early childhood position that will also be involved in that team to try to create efficiencies when it comes to literacy and early childhood.
Okay, any questions on this transfer? Representative Sherwood.
Just to reiterate, I do think it would be lovely to see the one pager on this. Thank you for that information.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, absolutely. There's a lot going on in the world of literacy, and we want to be able to ensure that you are aware of what's going on.
Mr. Chairman.
Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. How many total is it? Just real quick, high level. How many total net zero shifts? Position shifts?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it is 7.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman, the next is page 107. And again, another net to zero employee transfer. This was one where we moved a position out of the Hathaway team that is supporting our teachers into our innovation team, which includes a lot of other teacher and leader supports. So again, just an efficiency of teams that make the most sense.
Mr. Chairman, I just want to clarify one thing here real quick. We have 7 units that are involved, but we have decreases and we have increases. So a lot of these are just mirror requests as we're working through.
So, Superintendent, when did this start? And I assume that these transfers are all done. So what was the time frame that all these took place?
Mr. Chairman, it was around September. We've been talking about this quite a lot over time. I've really instructed our leadership team that when a position is vacated, when they move on or someone retires, that we want to look at the entire organization. And so, as I said, the retirement of a senior level position was kind of the impetus of this and making those moves.
Okay, thank you. All right, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, next is page 112. And again, that is priority 3, another net to zero transfer. And as Mr. Carroll mentioned, while it might feel like we're going through a lot of these where we bring one person to a team, we also then have to document where they've been removed.
Okay, any questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, next is page 130. And this is priority number 5. This is expected increase in federal spending authority for Title 1A. Title 1A funding from the feds is primarily focused on low-income students.
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. All right, on page 129 is the revenue coming in for this. And I think that there might be a typo. So I just want to get clarification again on the federal funds coming in, revenue code 7433, that Title I for ESSA. I believe, well, I guess I'm asking for clarification that the unit budget request is correct. That shows that 93,163, 868, and then there might be a typo here for the biennium 27-28 from a 9 to a 6. Are you guys following? Sorry.
One more time.
Okay. I know, I was like, I wish there were paid lines. Director Hibbert, please help me out.
Director Hibbert, please.
I'd be more than pleased to help out. This is the agency's narrative when they're describing a standard budget relationship. It's not the special revenue table that we have been discussing. So that's where the confusion is. We are specific in other fashions on the special revenue table. As far as the biennium numbers, this is simply their narrative to support their standard.
Follow up, go ahead, Representative Sherwood.
Okay, so on the unit narrative, page 129, for the biennium 27-28, the number there that's reflected for ESSA, apologize to everyone listening at home, it's alphabet soup, that number does not match what is shown on the unit budget request, page 131, for source of funding. So just wanted to make, I think it's just a typo, but wanted to clarify.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sherwood, I believe you're right. It looks to me like it's a typo. I see 93,193,868 on page 29 and 93,163,868 on page 131. So we'll make note of that. Thank you.
And I think she has as well. All right. Further questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, next is page 141. Mr. Chairman, this is for additional revenue, 3.4 million, again, federal spending authority for USDA, the school nutrition program. I would also note that this might be a good place for budget footnote regarding the farm to school program.
Okay, Superintendent, could you tell us what a suggested amount for that school to, farm to school fund footnote should be?
Mr. Chairman, 200,000 would cover the position as well as vehicle for that program.
Mr. Co-Chair?
Superintendent, can you, I heard 300, so can you do another dive on that and see if that's the right number?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, we'll absolutely make sure that that's correct.
Representative Sherwood?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just want to make sure I heard correctly that we do expect a letter or an update from you on this in January. Is that correct? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sherwood, we will not know the result of the grant till likely June.
Representative Angelos?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If I can get my microphone to work. Thank you, Superintendent. I have a question for you, just because we're on nutrition. I saw in your goals, it said, one of the goals under valuing and supporting teachers, that there was a study the impact of nutrition programs on student behavior and academic performance. Can you talk a little bit to that for us? I know this is a big move with healthy foods and taking dyes out of food, so could you talk about that a little bit? Thank you.
Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Angelos, yes, this is something we've just been able to explore. We haven't started to do the exact analysis of the behavioral issues. We've had a lot of conversations, even with some legislators, around potential bill drafts as it relates to some of these chemicals and dyes. What we have found through our research is the federal guidance that has come out, a memo, I believe, is that states cannot interject those policies and pull funding from our school districts. Now, the good news is we are expecting in January to hear rules from USDA around their new rules and guidance around removal of certain chemicals and dyes. I'm not sure exactly what that will entail, but in January, we are meant to receive that, and so we can keep this committee apprised of that. But we're hopeful with the direction that this administration is heading, that will be music to our ears.
Okay, follow up? Good, all right. Further questions? All right, seeing none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the next, excuse me, that's it for, I was jumping to 205 already. That is it for budget 206.
All right. Any final comments on 206 from you?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe so. Would just, again, mention that that's an overall decrease to our budget, primarily because of federal. I would also just remind you all, again, I already mentioned the 131 employees. So I think that concludes my comments for Agency 206.
Okay. General, Representative Alaman, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Hey, thank you very much for being here today. Really appreciate it. Hey, Natrona County Public School District is down 5% students over the last several years. And that's mainly due to homeschools, charter schools, private schools. What is your plan to try to turn this trend around? Because we're still building buildings and athletic fields, but we don't have near the students that's attending these schools. So what are you looking at in the future to try and stop the trend of people leaving the public schools?
Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Alleman, that's a good segue into Agency 205 as we start talking about school finance. Because we just received enrollment data that we're still digesting, and we'll likely have another elected official letter regarding Agency 205 to you as a result of decline in enrollment that we've seen for the last year. When we talk about decline in enrollment, there are so many different factors at play here. Birth rates, people leaving the state of Wyoming, there is the exodus for school choice programs. And so I think for me, you know, rather than trying to remove school choice programs, because I'm a big believer in having those options for families, I do think that this is, and I won't speak to school facilities, that is not under our purview, but I do think this is an opportunity for us to really look at how we preserve our current facilities, because we are seeing such changes in enrollment data. Not only that, but we're seeing different ways in which education is being provided with the use of artificial intelligence, with how we're educating our kids. Will we need these type of facilities moving forward? And so I think preservation of resources right now is key to our facilities. But in terms of that enrollment data, we've just begun dissecting it in the last few days. And it's really difficult to point to just one factor of why we're seeing declining enrollment. Do you want to speak to that at all?
Okay. Representative Sherwood. Oh, I'm sorry. Follow up for Representative Alleman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You know, the population of Casper is growing, so it's hard for me to understand that the population of school-aged children is not also growing. We're looking at closing 2 schools, and one is in my district. The Bar None School is looking at closing, and the Woods School. I'm just having a hard time wondering why we cannot compete, what we have to do to compete with these other schools, because we offer more. These other schools do not offer football or basketball, but what they are offering is maybe a little better education. And I'm just wondering how we turn this corner to offer the very same thing plus more than what these other schools are offering.
Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Allamand, I think that we are offering great things in our public school. I think outside public school, great things are being offered. It really depends on individual children and what works best for a family. We can look particularly at Natrona County. I would just mention that even if we're seeing increased population, that doesn't necessarily mean we're seeing increased in student levels. We're seeing lower birth rates. We're seeing that those who are moving into the state are at a higher age demographic. But we'd be happy to look at that. I mean, the numbers that we're seeing reported on exiting the school system aren't enough to make up entirely for that. And so I don't think we can just point to school choice as a result of that. But we'd be happy to kind of take a look at Natrona County and see how that measures up with the numbers that we have for enrollment.
Representative Sherwood. Okay, Senator Larson.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. On page 5 and then page 11, I think you're showing employees at 132, and I keep hearing 131.
Mr. Chairman and Senator Larson, the 131 count that the superintendent referred to is the total budget request from us, and you'll see that on page 5 in column 5. And then the 132 count includes the governor's exception change of an additional FTE to bring it to 132.
Okay. Representative Sherwood.
Thank you. I thought of a different question. Page 26 talks about the communications unit. Just out of curiosity, we heard earlier from ETS the efforts to make sure that all of the website and external communication is ADA compliant. Can you guys speak to that? Thank you.
Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sherwood, absolutely, and we do have a representative from our communications team here as well. This has been something that is extremely important when you're dealing with school districts and our students. And so we have an individual at our team that is doing that most of their time, ensuring that all of our sites are compliant. We have continual audits and check-ins on that. And so if you look at our website, I would say it's maybe the best in state government as a result of these efforts. And so we are constantly making sure, again, that because we're delivering to parents across the state, we're delivering to our school districts, and that ADA compliance is huge priority.
Follow? No? Okay, Representative Harrelson?
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman. Superintendent, thanks for being here with your team. It's good seeing you, and thanks for all the work you're doing. It doesn't go unnoticed. We definitely see that you guys are doing things that are fun and exciting for the state of Wyoming. Being in one of those charter school counties, we've gotten to see Prairie View do some really cool things, and we're seeing kind of this shift as parents are like, hey, we want this type of education. And it's kind of brought back up in my mind this idea is we've kind of seen a bit of a shift going, state of Wyoming is in need of XYZ in the workforce. Education needs to fill that gap. And we're seeing that through more of the charter styles in some ways. And so I kind of want to have this conversation. It's a conversation I've had with a number of people, and I believe we've had somewhat of this conversation. But last year when we saw a shift in Hathaway to being geared a little bit towards a CTE course through our community colleges, as we're seeing CTE be a thing we're pushing in our schools, my question, I guess, would be this. As we look at kind of a dual education line, what I see is this. We say, oh, we're doing that. But yet, if I look at the Hathaway math, 4 years of math, Algebra 1, Algebra 2, Geometry, and one more math. Well, right there, you lost half the kids that are going, man, I'm struggling with this type of an education line. As we talked about dyes in food and ADHD and all these things, we got a kid there that's like, man, I just really want to go out and work. I want to make some money. I'm struggling with this classroom setting. But yet we still sit there and say, well, you got to have these things to get that Hathaway, to go to that community college, to get that CTE line. Or reading, writing, listening, speaking in the language arts, 4 years, science, 4 years, biology, chemistry, physics, geology. Like some of these kids, that's not where their brain can go, and nothing against that kid. It's just, that's not their style. I always said I would have been way better if I could have worked 4 years, then gone to school and been appreciative of all the things I should have learned when I was in high school, right? So as I look at this, have we considered or thought about this idea of two educational lines? One very much dedicated to, hey, you want to become an engineer, you want to become a doctor, you want to become a nurse, you want to go down the educational line of university. We've got a phenomenal university over the hill that is meeting the needs of that line. But then on the other side of that line going, we want to push you into this other direction where this is, education at the university is not in your future, it's not what you want, but we do have this other option that's going to fulfill making sure that we're creating well-educated young men and women that are going to help us fill a need in our workforce, keep them in Wyoming. And I think that starts with the Hathaway needs to shift its purview for that line of education. I mean, really a true dual line of education in our state. Because as I'm talking to families in our community, that with kids that are struggling in the traditional educational sense, this is what they're saying. Why does my kid have to learn geometry or even Algebra 2 when they will never use it in the real world so that they can be qualified for a Hathaway so they can go learn how to weld? Why is this? And so can you talk a little bit about that dual education line, and are we doing a disservice to our kids when we're making them go down an educational path that in the end is contrary to what we're telling them is their educational path so that they qualify for the funding to get that other educational path?
Superintendent, I think welders and construction workers probably do need geography, but and geology and geometry.
Or geometry.
There you go. That's the word I was looking for. But please.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harrelson, I would echo all of your thoughts and concerns, and that is absolutely what we are in the middle of working on. I would even take a step back from Hathaway, and I would say to look at our accountability system and what rules we have set up of the game in which our districts and schools have to play by. And unfortunately, those are not set up to give credit to fully incentivize these sort of pathways. And so as we speak, we have a stakeholder group of folks from the districts where we are looking at updating our accountability model, and the fifth indicator of high school is called post-secondary readiness indicator. You have college, career, and military readiness. But unfortunately, they all really hinge on a test. And we are not giving credit for districts that are doing these work-based program. I could go around to all of your communities that are doing incredible things, Sheridan with the hospital, Jackson with the airport, but we are not incentivizing that or giving credit in the system. And so we are, as we speak, as I mentioned, tomorrow morning, we have another stakeholder meeting where we are talking about how do we weight more that indicator, and how do we, within those different sub-indicators, how do we give more pathway options for our students? And so right there is something that we're working on currently. I think Hathaway is another one. And again, just elevating career and technical education as a viable pathway is important. But also we have to talk about, resourcing and how we blend those resources amongst districts. When we have 48 school districts, not everyone can have the best and greatest CTE programs, but how can we create regional hubs? We're also working with the Wyoming Business Alliance to look at how do we create business liaisons around the state and create a network. And actually, I see this as the future of WIP being in the Business Alliance. How did they create this conduit between business and industry and our districts and across the state? And so those are some of the exciting things that we're working on, because I agree with you. I came from the private sector, oil and gas, where we were struggling to hire welders. We were struggling to hire those individuals. And so there's a lot of exciting work to come in the next year as it relates to these sort of pathways.
Follow up? Representative Sherwood?
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think, one, I'm excited to learn more about the partnership with the Wyoming Business Alliance. And I love that, aligning those businesses' needs with what's going on in our schools. So thank you and kudos there. Okay, question. Do you need funding, or is there a reason you didn't request funding for transition expenses in your budget? Thank you.
Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sherwood, no reason. I was told that previous budgets on an election year were inserted as a footnote. So do you think that that's appropriate for the committee? Perhaps not. But that was the line of thinking.
Follow up?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I think that we just have a note here that says $10,000 has been provided. And so I think, I guess it's the committee's purview on whether or not we want to put that in here or not. Not that I'm saying you should go anywhere, just asking the question. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification there. All right, we'll make a note of that, and that's for all the top four other electeds, okay? All right, Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have basically two 30,000 feet education questions, and I'd like to hear your opinion on it. First of all, thank you, Superintendent, for being here. I appreciate the work that you do. The first one has to do with the U.S. Department of Education. You've been rather outspoken in applauding the dissolution of that department. I would like you to maybe comment on that, and then also on what effect that might have on federal funding to the states. So we'll start with that one.
Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, yes, I've been very supportive of this initiative under the Trump administration. One of the quotes that Linda McMahon provided recently is, during the government shutdown, we didn't hear anything about issues with education, and that is because the federal government doesn't run education, the states run education. And that's really important and creates a lot of efficiencies there. Just a couple of weeks ago, the U.S. Department of Education announced 6 interagency agreements. When it comes to K-12, the bulk of those agreements were with the Department of Labor. So how it works with these interagency agreements, they're basically agreements within federal agencies. They're quite common to exchange services. And so the statutory responsibility and oversight still falls on U.S. Department of Education, but administration of these programs will now fall under the Department of Labor. I think that this is a good place for these programs to be administered. I continue to be involved in those conversations. There's a group of state superintendents that USAID is in constant communication with, and I feel very, very supportive and confident in the moves that we're headed. Again, I have heard over and over again from USAID that there will not be decreases in formulaic funding for states. And again, the idea, and I asked this question of, are those savings, going to go back into the federal pot, or are they going to go towards states? And I believe that the intention is to see how can these savings better serve our states. The other good news is the Secretary's priorities are extremely aligned with my strategic plan in so many ways, and it's very serendipitous that our priorities in Wyoming align with the direction that they're going. And so we are working with them a lot on some of the priority grant programs, whether it's artificial intelligence, career and technical education, literacy. And so I think that partnership is alive and well, and they are really pointing to this is about returning authority to the states, not dissolving education, but returning authority to the states. And so I feel confident that we'll continue to receive that federal funding.
Follow up?
Thank you, Superintendent, for looking out for Wyoming. I appreciate, again, what you're doing. This next question is more difficult, it's more troublesome. If I'm looking at a map right now that talks about what states spend per student. And basically, if you draw a line from Pennsylvania to the West Coast, from the southern border of Pennsylvania all the way down, every other state spends less per student than Wyoming, with two exceptions. One is Illinois, one is Alaska, and we're very competitive with them at the rate of $20,000 to $21,000 per student. Bearing that in mind, the legislature is currently being sued because we have not adequately funded education. Those two facts in juxtaposition really cause questions in my mind. The other side of that is I've looked at assessment reports. I spent quite a bit of time on the Wyoming EDU website looking at assessment reports. And in my personal opinion, they're pretty dismal. When I look at the very best schools in Wyoming, Potter Academy, which is a charter school, Wilson Elementary, Bighorn Elementary, go Rams, it's my hometown. I see math and reading scores in the 80s or even down into the 70s, and those are the very best schools. So my question comes to this: at what point, how bad does it have to get before the legislature is justified in suing the Department of Education for not delivering a worthwhile or a worthy product? In addition to that question, how do we turn this around? How do we get back up there? Idaho, now I realize they don't test 100% of their students, but Idaho's best schools are way up in the 90s. How do we get there?
Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraft, so a lot to unpack there, but very important questions. You finished with talking about Idaho and some other states. I would mention to look at our state assessments comparatively can sometimes be misleading. I would look to the NAEP test, that national comparator, because what we have unfortunately seen from states around the country is they have watered down their state assessment to artificially increase their scores. And it's very important that Wyoming has not done that. We want an honest reflection of how we're doing. We want to hold our bar high, which we have done. And so I do believe I know for sure in fourth grade reading, we are above Idaho because we're number 3. But so I would note that comparing those state assessments can sometimes be misleading. But you bring up a really good point. And I think, the recalibration committee has done a lot of great work this interim. I think they have been wise and creative in looking at how we solve things like cash flow issues, reimbursables, those type of things. And I think they have been very wise in putting a pause on some of these other recommendations by the court as we go through this litigation process. I believe that after this budget session, as well as and when this litigation concludes, I do think that the state needs to look at two things. Number one, how we perform recalibration. And then number two, what the return on investment of these dollars are. And I think that it is time for the state to have a policy discussion around what levers does the state have when it comes to school performance, or should it have, to ensure that we are getting return on investment for those dollars, and that the opportunity for kids to learn also includes the ability to do so in a robust manner. So those are two kind of high-level things that I think need to be addressed. But I do applaud the recalibration committee. I think they are doing the right work right now as we kind of work through these uncertain times with current pending litigation.
Follow-up, go ahead.
Thank you for that. I think actually we agree on a lot of these things. Yes, I looked at the NEEP scores as well. And as I looked all the way across there, I've got to say, I don't feel like we're getting the best bang for the buck. A lot of schools are doing pretty well. You might give them a B or a C. There are other schools around the state that are absolutely dismal, and we need to figure something out. The last question, it runs in the back of my mind that somewhere you had written a piece or had commented that good education is not directly aligned with spending. Am I remembering something false, or did you have anything to say about that?
Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Pendergraph, I think you can throw all the money at the world at an issue, and that doesn't necessarily solve it. That goes for any issue that exists. And that's where I say the return on investment is a key piece to this. And we have to see, how those funds are being spent, and look to, again, what the state levers are. You mentioned, legislature potentially suing the Department of Education. Well, we don't have any teeth to our accountability system. We need to have that discussion of what that could or should look like. If you look at other states around the country, it's a very different picture. And so the ability of the state superintendent of our office, what that relationship is with keeping local control that we hold so dear. We struggle to have economies of scale in Wyoming. If we want to keep small schools, small communities, that is, not an economy of scale is reached there. And so these are all the factors to consider.
All right. Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if this is the time to ask it, but after I ask it, you can say, it's not the time.
This is the time, Senator.
Yeah, there you go. Superintendent, what efforts are there out there statewide on suicide prevention? I know it's a big deal. I have talked to students, and it comes up when I talk to them. They're kind of sad when I talk to them about it. What efforts are being made statewide to increase the efforts in that direction, or just an overall view?
Superintendent?
Mr. Chairman, Senator French, so we have had several one-time federal funds from the federal government to look at mental health in particular, and it's something we've taken seriously at the Department of Education. My strategy has always been, how do we identify kids that are struggling with mental health issues, and then how do we refer them out in partnership with their parents to experts. We can't expect schools to be experts on educating our kids and providing mental health supports. That's not the role of our educational facilities. And so we set up something that we piloted called Project Aware that was really about that, of how do you have a liaison that works to identify children with counselors and then to work with the parent to refer them out. We've also had a contract with something called Care Solace, which is a telephone line that connects not only students, but also employees and families with resources within the community that they can explore, but also beyond the community. What kind of virtual options are available? Because we know that in a small community, it might be difficult to want to go to talk to someone that lives down the street from you. And so those have been the things that we've really focused on. I believe, again, it's that identification and referring out to the experts that can most be of benefit. And so those are some of the things that we've piloted across the state.
Follow-up? Okay. Further questions for the superintendent? Superintendent, you brought up something just a moment ago when you were speaking to Representative Pendergraph regarding testing and kind of an apples to oranges comparison with other states. One of the things that we do on our juniors, I believe, it's 100% testing with the ACT. So I think Representative Harrelson brought up a great point of these two channels to educate those who really want to go to college and those who really want to get into trades. So do we need to be testing 100% of our kids on the ACT, or is there a plan to move away from that?
Mr. Chairman, we're actually looking in general at testing at the high school level. This is one area where the Wyoming model does exceed the requirements of the federal government, in which we test in multiple grades in high school. And again, it's this balance of recognizing that the reason why we have leaned into test scores in this country is because it's easy to measure. How do you measure things like workforce preparedness, if that kid is going to show up to a job every day, if they have those soft skills? And so that's why these models have really tended to focus on test scores, and then why there's been an incentive to kind of elevate those test scores to make it, artificially higher. And so we are looking at that as well, whether or not we want to test in those multiple grades. The ACT requirement is one as well that years ago was made as a policy decision as part of our model. And so, all of these things are part of our discussion. As I said, with that stakeholder group, we're starting with the fifth indicator, but we're also going to be looking at those as well.
Yeah, just a comment here. I like to compare us to other states too, and we're woefully behind on the ACT, but then I get the pushback, well, we're 100% tested. And that's a valid argument that, some people taking the ACT, that's a tough deal, and they never want to go to college, so they're really not invested in scoring the best they can. So it really puts us at a disadvantage when we're comparing to other states. So applaud you for looking at that. Representative Pendergraft brought up some good questions about what is it we're supposed to be doing as the legislature as far as funding education and what's the right level. But one of the things that I think he was trying to get at is what I see in Article 7, Section 9, the taxation for schools. It says very clearly that we're supposed to maintain a thorough and efficient system. So that efficient system is the one that often gets overlooked. You've told us about within your own department, the efficiencies that you've looked after. In your mind, what is the Constitution saying about our school system when it talks about efficiency? What do you think that means? And it goes down to what we're seeing in the court system and how we might push back to really get a balance between the funding and the results.
Well, Mr. Chairman, first off, I would say an important distinction also is kind of what is that constitutional floor and what are policy decisions that we say can help to supplement that, and we think that are good policy ideas. And there's a distinction there. And I think that the role of the legislature, is really to provide that good faith effort to provide that constitutional floor and then look at other policy matters that make sense. The efficiency one is one that I am very interested in. And again, why I say this, return on investment and looking at how efficiently we're spending dollars, shared services, those type of things, I think that has been missing from the conversation, and I think is one that needs to be had. I want to be careful not to get too in the weeds just because I am personally named as in the litigation, but I have many thoughts on this.
Okay, well, maybe you can share those with me offline. You did bring up something in your discussion with Senator French about a different system from the 988 hotline, or maybe it is the same system. If you could explain, what are the differences and why do you think it's necessary to have a system other than the 988 hotline?
Mr. Chairman, so this Care Solace was used with COVID dollars, remaining COVID dollars, and so that has been specifically targeting school districts. So kids there, employees, their families, and really trying to work with them, not as an emergency hotline, but more as one of what resources are available to you, both in your community and then beyond. And then we've had really great response to that. I believe, so those were one-time funding, but I believe that the Department of Health has, I better not speak too much on continual funding for that. But that was one that was specifically targeted for the school districts.
Okay, thank you. All right, further questions? All right, Superintendent, I think we've covered that. We can close out this section, I believe. Mr. Richards?
Mr. Chairman?
Go ahead, Superintendent.
Would you like me to now head into Agency 205?
I'm going to see where the director would like us to go. He's ready for you to do that.
Mr. Chairman, thank you. Agency 205 is school finance. This is funding for our school districts. It does not include the state agency, which we've already reviewed, and it is all flow-through funds to our school districts. These programs are all required under statute, either formula-driven or based on statutory programs. So, Mr. Chairman, if you'd like to follow the same process of going through those exception requests?
I would, but I'd like you to give us just a little bit further explanation of what happens in your department if the school, now I know we have a backstop with LISRA, but what happens if we get to a point where there's not enough funding for you to do your job based on the flow-through requirement that is in the block grant? What is your responsibility in that situation?
So, Mr. Chairman, if we get into that position, we borrow from the LSRA. Now, we've never been in a situation of recent memory where we have not been able to then pay that back based on revenues. If in fact we are not, then that does pull from the LSRA until the point where the LSRA reaches $500 million. If you reach $500 million, then we do go through the process of prorating those expenditures for education.
Okay. Thank you. Please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, page 13 is where we will begin. And this is priority number 1. This is entitlement payments. So for those school districts that do not raise enough local revenue to meet their guarantee, this amount is a negative $128,214,635. This is a result of changes to the estimates. I will say that these estimates, LSO can speak a little bit more to them. Revenue for entitlement districts was better than estimated, and so that's why you'll see that large negative request in that priority number 1. And if LSO wants to speak to that or others, I would welcome that as well.
Director Richards?
Mr. Chairman, I think there are 2 issues with respect to this. One, during the 2025 general session, you will recall there were some competing bills and competing perspectives on property tax reductions. Those bills were later in the process compared to the only vehicle we had available to increase the appropriation for school foundation program. So the appropriation for the school foundation program included the high end of all of the scenarios that were being contemplated. And you'll recall there were some 50% reductions, and there were some other scenarios for residential property tax relief. So that got included in the department's standard budget for the school foundation program, and this request is to remove any excess that has been identified. Separate and apart from that, there have been some revenue changes that impacted these estimates as well, and the department has aligned those with the October 31st CREG estimates. It is possible that this item and some subsequent items in this budget request before you may need to be amended pursuant to the January CREG forecast.
Okay, so Mr. Richards, just to help the public understand where we were and where we're at today, our goldenrod, our forecast for revenues and expenditures, back when we were in session, had a deduction from LISRA with an anticipated shortage in the school foundation program because of the tax bills and our estimates on those tax bills. I want to say it was in the $80 million range. Is that accurate?
Mr. Chairman, I think that's in the ballpark, yes.
Okay, and so with these changes and this adjustment here, where are we at today on our expected loss from revenue, reduction of LISRA for the sake of the school foundation program?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, we have not profiled all the way out 4 years using the governor's recommendations. However, I would anticipate that it is still positive, meaning it is not a negative with the governor's recommendations. Let me continue if I could. The governor's recommendations, importantly, does not include any of the impacts from the ongoing recalibration. And that would be included not only for school year 27, but school year 28, 29, 30, continuing whatever the legislature adopts with respect to recalibration. Secondly, our baseline forecast as a standard practice does not include ECAs not yet adopted by the legislature. We don't want to get out in front of the legislature. So we did provide to the committee an assessment of a guess of at ECAs. I think we used around the 4 to 5% range for 3 subsequent years, and a rough estimate of recalibration being equal to twice an ECA. I don't know if that will be where the committee lands, but it was a guiding milestone for the analysis. If those are included on top of the governor's recommendations for this account, then unfortunately this account does go negative, and it goes negative actually in the 27-28 biennium, and would need a automatic transfer under the provision discussed by the superintendent from the LSRA, likely in the second year of this upcoming biennium, could even be in the first year of the upcoming biennium, and subsequent transfers for the 29-30 biennium.
Okay. And that's pretty significant in that second biennium. We've discussed that here in this committee. But just to be clear, our estimates for what the tax reduction on residential property was going to affect the school foundation program, we overestimated because we had a lot of different bills, a lot of different moving products, but the final product did not end up, based on what it reduced and what other investments and things like that increased, we ended up not taking out of our rainy day fund to cover the school foundation program. And that's kind of how this math here is included, and why it's included, is so we can clean up the accounting, but just wanted the public to understand, where we're at. Tax reduction on people's homes did not put us in a bad financial situation in the school foundation program. Okay. Any other questions or comments on this particular exception request? Seeing none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the next is on page 16, and this is for special education. Special education is 100% reimbursed by the state, and this number does fluctuate each biennium due to this reimbursement. Money is only spent on what is claimed and allowable under the law, and these monies do revert back if they are not used. So that is an increase of $34 million.
$34 million. Any questions for the superintendent on this priority? Right, Superintendent, we've had a lot of discussions in recalibration and other places, but tell me your thoughts on people moving to the state of Wyoming, because this program is superior to other states around us.
Mr. Chairman, we haven't done an actual analysis on this, and so this is anecdotal that we've heard that families do in fact move to Wyoming for this. The fact that we reimburse special education costs 100% is very attractive for families with students with disabilities. They're able to provide the IEP that is best fitting for that student, and so it is a very attractive piece of our education system.
Okay. You mentioned that there can be reversions, and yet we do this as a reimbursement, and it's at 100%. So please help me understand how we can possibly have reversions there. I would assume that we'd get the bill. It's 12 months later, we send the check. It's 100% of whatever the district's bill was. How would we get reversions there?
And Mr. Chairman, I would point out as well that these reimbursements are a year in arrears. This is something the recalibration committee has discussed, because for small districts or new charter schools, if you have a very high cost individual, that can really impact our cash flows. And so that's something that we are currently working on. I believe there were 2 motions made by the recalibration committee to look at how we bump up those reimbursements or expand the loan program. But I'll turn to Mr. Carroll in terms of the reversions.
Mr. Carroll? Thank
you, Mr. Chairman. With regard to reversions, it would really just be a matter of the actual expenditures relative to our estimate. We create an estimate for our budget based on historical increases year over year, In this budget, we used a 6% inflation factor. We'll see what the actuals are. We were a little bit higher the last couple of years than expected, but some years it's a lower increase than expected. So we wouldn't use any budget authority that we didn't need, but we do pay the actual costs that we receive from districts.
Okay. Mr. Carroll, where do you get the funds from if you underestimate and we need to shore that up?
Mr. Chairman, good question. So first, we would look within our existing budget to see if there are any excess funds anywhere else. As you might imagine, in Unit 4101, there are a lot of estimates that go into that and a lot of different variables. And so depending on the year, we may have some existing budget authority as we get through the school year we don't end up needing. And so if we could pull from that, we would. If we were unable to find budget authority, we would have to go through the B11 process until we were able to come back to this committee and increase our budget.
All right. Any further questions on this exception request? Seeing none, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, the final exception request is on page 19. And this is for the school district retirement reimbursement budget. You'll see that this is an increase of $4,665,000.
Okay. Questions on this particular budget request? Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to be clear that we may see this number change based on recalibration or the ECA. And I'm making the assumption again, which I know you're not supposed to do, that we'll revisit this potentially in January. Any insight there? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sherwood, for the entirety of Agency 205, or specifically for the retirement reimbursement?
Representative Sherwood.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I guess probably both. I mean, that there's going to be a lot of adjustments to the numbers that we see in Agency 205 based on recal and ECA, and just want to make sure we're keeping those lines of communication open with you as we move forward with this process.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Sherwood, that's correct, and I would even add in enrollment data that we recently received as well.
Superintendent, is there anything in this request that is associated with maybe something we're doing wrong on the retirement program, or is this just something that increased costs?
Mr. Chairman, this is simply an adjustment to account for the increase. I think it was the 2024 session where we kind of changed how the employer contribution and the employee contribution rates are funded. There was, I believe, a 50 basis point increase anticipated for the executive branch for the 27-28 biennium. And so this increase simply aligns us with that expected increase that we are required to pay school districts under existing law.
Okay, so this is based on change of the law and going forward. Okay. Okay. Director Hibbard?
Mr. Chairman, the legislature in a previous biennium put in place a statute that would incrementally adjust the retirement contribution to keep us at an actuarially sound state, not to exceed 50 basis points. Throughout all of the remainder budgets in the enterprise that we've been having this conversation, we did make that standard budget adjustment. So the enterprise is whole for that standard budget adjustment, and the education department has also provided that very same adjustment. So it's unilateral across the enterprise.
Okay, Director Hibbard, this means that the employees would also, this is the state share, I assume, so the employees had to meet that unless their school district did something different within their block grant, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Director Richards?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I think it's worth reiterating some of the distinctions here. First of all, I do anticipate this agency coming forward in the form of a letter or some other mechanism to provide revisions to the base model. And I anticipate those revisions to be in two areas. One, we now have enrollment. I don't know if both LSO and the department have updated all of their models. That will be a sizable potential change. And secondly, any changes in the forecasts. And when we talk about forecasts, it would largely be in the area of energy extraction, say the price of natural gas or the volumes of oil produced, because that impacts the local revenues available from their local school district property taxes. So those are the two mechanisms, primary mechanisms, that will be modified. Separate and apart from that, there will be a parallel bill. So the budget bill will show the base budget under the existing model. The recalibration bill will have an appropriation of its own. And as that recalibration bill moves through the process, that appropriation may need to go up or down based upon changes you make relative to the model components, what is funded and what is not funded. If we try to include those in the budget, well, two things don't work. Number one, you would be constantly having to change the budget based on the activities of one house, because the recalibration bill is not a mirror bill process. And then secondly, it will, in all likelihood, take the recalibration bill longer to move through both houses in a sequential format, as opposed to the budget bill, which moves through in a mirror format. So the timing on those won't work well. So the budget itself will include the existing statute for funding of K-12 education, modified by enrollment and local property taxes. And then the recalibration would include an appropriation of its own, which would reflect any changes the legislature desires on that model.
Okay. All right. Any further questions on this section? Director, I'm going to kind of put your staff on the spot here. I didn't tell you I was going to ask this question before, and you may need Mr. Wilmarth for this, but just wanting to know, you talked about changes to the price of gas, the price of oil, the price of coal, all those things that can affect the school foundation program. But what are we looking at since the tax reduction on a recapture from that county up in the northwest that is recaptured based on residential property tax? What are we seeing in it as far as a difference in revenue coming from there, and are they still recapture? Mr. Wilmarth?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Matt Wilmarth, LSO Senior School Finance Analyst. That is Teton County School District number 1. They are still a recapture district in this school year. It's, I believe, around $60 million this school year. I believe last year it was around $80 million. I will verify those numbers with the committee.
That's good enough. $20 million reduction based on a 25% property tax reduction. And the cap probably had a play in that too, because a lot of those homes there are more than $1 million.
Mr. Chairman, that accounts for all the exemptions that have been provided. It's the 25% exemption, it's the 4% cap, and it's also the long-term homeowner exemption. So all of those are taken into account in that analysis.
Now, the 4% cap started earlier. It was a year earlier, right? So that 20 million probably was already accounted for in the previous, and now the change would just be based on the 25% and the long-term homeowner, or any other changes that might have happened in the market.
Mr. Chairman, that is accurate.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that. Any other questions or comments on this? All right, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, just one last item of note. In the supplemental session, a footnote was added to the budget bill for 205 for the accelerated payment for charter schools for transportation and special education, being that they are brand new schools. And so those upfront costs would provide a cash flow issue. And I would support inclusion again in this bill if you see fit.
And Superintendent, what was that footnote? What was the fiscal note on that footnote?
Mr. Chairman, I don't believe it would have had a fiscal note. It is simply accelerating the payment rather than that 1 year in arrears.
Okay. Mr. Richards, what would the dollar amount be that we're moving up a year for that? I guess it's based on the number of charter schools, so it'd be an estimate. Is that, did we have any anticipation during the last budget session as what that would do to our cash flows?
Mr. Chairman, I apologize. I'm not following the query.
Well, we had a footnote in the supplemental budget. I think that's what the superintendent was talking about. She's requested that we anticipate putting another footnote in to ensure that the charter schools would have, their cash flow would work, and it would be to fund them. State again, please, Superintendent, how that funding would
Mr.
be
Chairman,
accelerated?
And this would be in terms of for transportation and special education. And then these are two areas where we're also looking in recalibration of accelerating those payments for small school districts. And so this would just accelerate that payment so they wouldn't have to wait a year in arrears for that reimbursement.
I guess you might have this information. I mean, with the 4 charter schools we have now, what have we been reimbursing them at? If we doubled that, I can double the number.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, we could get that information for you.
Okay, that'd be great. All right. Any other questions on this exception request? Actually, it's not even an exception request. Mr. Wilmarth, maybe you can
Mr.
add.
Chairman, with that query on charter schools and whether or not you want to reimburse them, that's going to have to take a statutory change. The reimbursements are outlined in Wyoming Statute 2113, 320, and 321 for special education transportation. You could certainly amend that within your recalibration bill if that's something you want to target. But that has not been a footnote within agencies 205's budget.
So it couldn't be done that way.
Mr. Chairman, you have conflicts.
Okay. Well, thank you for the suggestion. We may not be able to do that.
Well, Mr. Chairman, and as I mentioned, I know recalibration is looking at that, so we would be supportive of that change.
Okay. All right. Superintendent, is there anything on this agency that you'd like to add?
Mr. Chairman, that covers Agency 205.
Okay, any general questions on Agency 205? All right, we are waiting with anticipation for recalibration to see how that affects this, and hopefully we'll get a good product out of there. All right, thank you very much. Director, where are we at today at this moment?
Mr. Chairman, we are considerably ahead of schedule.
Hate it when that happens.
The State Construction Department was scheduled to appear at 1 p.m. However, we have inquired if they could appear earlier. At this time, I'm anticipating it will still be at least 20 to 30 minutes before they are here.
Okay, so let's just go ahead and take a 30-minute break, if that's okay with everybody on the committee. All right, so we're at recess for 30 minutes.
As an aside, like,
a little ahead of schedule, but we're going to go ahead and move on to Agency 27. Before we start, I wanted to just tell the public and the committee something. We've got people assigned as liaisons from this committee to this agency. And we also have another committee that works with this agency, and the good chairman from the Senate side, Senator Landon, is here. Thank you for being here, Senator. And we also have one of our members from the House on this committee as the chair of the House side of that committee. That's Representative Angelos. She's not the liaison. We have selected Representative Pendergraft and I believe Senator French, if I remember right. Senator Garou is the Senate liaison. Those two are not on that other committee, but we're going to tag team. So if there's anybody that needs information to get it out on the floor for this particular issue, we're going to be running a separate bill most likely in the House. And the House committee will chair that first. So you don't have to run back and forth on both sides to meet up with a liaison, but you'll have both Vice Chairman Pendergraft and Representative Angelo, chairman of that select school facilities committee on the House side. So Director Comey, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Seems like just yesterday we were meeting, so I think it was almost last Friday for the CapCon, the 227 budget. So thank you. It's great to be here again and talk about what's going on with our overall operations budget for the department, which would include those folks that are on the CM side, the school side, and our operations fiscal divisions. And then also talk about pretty heavy load on what occurred in the Select Committee on School Facilities this year on future CapCon projects and major maintenance and those sort of things. I have with me today Laura Anderson, our Operations Administrator, and Shelby Carlson, our School Facilities Administrator. As you mentioned, Senator Landon is in the back, who chairs the Select Committee on School Facilities, and Representative Angelos is co-chair on the House side. So it's great to have them here because they heard an awful lot of that discussion over the 3 meetings this summer. So today, Mr. Chairman, as I mentioned, we're going to present the budget for 027, including this K-12 school-related requests. We discussed the state CapCon last week. And so if there's any questions, time permitted, I do have Mr. Webb here also. We could weigh into those if the committee had anything. There was a couple of requests for information that came out. I think we've started providing that to your LSO staff. But if there's something came up that you thought about, certainly I think we'll have time today to address that. Overall, Mr. Chairman, our agency has 30 full-time positions. 4 of those are AWAC. And 4 AWAC positions. 3 of those AWAC positions we talked about last meeting, last Friday. Those are unfunded, but they're authorized for projects when those larger projects come up. And then the department has 3 divisions. We have our school facilities division, our capital or our operations fiscal section, and then our construction management group. I'm not going to take a lot of time to talk about those divisions in detail as they're in our budget summary, but from a 50,000-foot level, Mr. Chairman, the operations division handles the accounting, budget, procurement, and the AIM database system. The CM division does all things state buildings, community colleges, and then major maintenance items related to the state side of the house. And then the school facilities division is our K-12 schools. They do the planning, design, construction, and again, handle the major maintenance. The department is currently managing around 61 capital construction projects, 48 smaller projects. Those are what we refer to in a lot of cases, your component projects for the school districts. And then we have about $350 million worth of ongoing major maintenance work right at this point in time. We also have numerous planning studies underway, particularly on the school side, but we referred to as Mercer studies. And Shelby can go into those probably a little bit more in depth later on. But what we also have a number of planning studies, level 1 and level 2 on the state side also. The budgeting, procurement, billing, and data files for this whole work that I just talked about, all the major maintenance work, all these projects, run through our department's operations division. Those project requests come from the school facilities or projects coming today through the school facilities side have been through our commission, and they've also been all vetted in through the Select Committee on School Facilities. And then we've visited with, of course, in our budget meetings with the governor on that, and his recommendations we'll talk about today. But I would like to note that the governor's recommendations and the school facilities requests line up. There's very minor changes, just some verbiage change, not anything dealing with the project itself or the dollars. And we'll address those differences when we get to them as we're proceeding through. Again, Mr. Chairman, we discussed the 227 Capcom budget last Friday, and as I mentioned, happy to visit with you on that. In our standard budget, I'll kind of a high level as we break into this, Mr. Chairman. Our standard budget request is $227,749,001, and of that, the vast majority of that is major maintenance. So the major maintenance in the standard budget is $214,212,379, or about 94% of that standard operations budget. The remaining budget for all of the divisions and everything we do, people, pencils, paper, planning studies, those sort of things, are $13,536,622, and of that, 65% of that is covered in our personnel costs, salaries, et cetera. We were asked by your LSO staff to provide your committee 3 items coming into here. I'm assuming that you have those. Those were dealing with the telework policy for the division, and then the Big Beautiful Bill impacts, and then our 600-900 series. And happy to answer any questions that may be along those lines, Mr. Chairman. And then as we proceed through this, I'm assuming, Mr. Chairman, that we'll just be talking about those things that are exception requests, and certainly at the end of the meeting, if you want to talk about anything in the standard request, kind of just what goes on in our day-to-day operations and how we work, particularly on the school side, similar to some of the questions you had on the construction management stuff last Friday. Happy to do that also. So, Mr. Chairman, if it's all right with you, or if there's any questions, we'll go ahead and proceed.
Let's just see if there's any questions for Director McComey. Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. We'll begin on page 19. That's the first unit, and that's our second priority for the department. And this, Mr. Chairman, we're going to be asking for 2 positions. This is the first of that. That particular position would be housed under the operations side and on our fiscal side. So we talked a little bit last Friday, Mr. Chairman, about our CFO position and the work that he's doing with the AM database, and how that kind of controls a lot of what we do as far as data-driven analysis of buildings, classrooms, all those sort of things, very detailed. He is also our CFO, and we often kind of overlook the fact that he actually has a day job besides managing the AIM database system. And he's a one-man show. Has been when I took over in 2015 as director. He was actually in an AWAC position, and then we had a second AWAC position that backed that up, and I was able to get that moved into a full-time position. We've tried to have some AWAC positions over the years to help as a backup, but they were a lower paid position, and as soon as we'd get them trained up, of course, their skill sets were pretty good, and they were out the door, and we didn't have a backup. I would share with you that if Mr. Ravel was hit by a bus tomorrow, I'd probably run under the bus with him, because I'm trying to pay all the bills for all the schools and the Capcom projects and all of that would become fairly ugly fairly fast because, again, we have that person doing all that big load. So our ask today, Mr. Chairman, is to ask for a higher paid position that can come in and support Mr. Revelle in that CFO position as well as the AIM database. Again, a little bit of history on that, Mr. Chairman. When we had that position, we were actually just the school facilities side of the house. We were not the CM side. When we merged into that, we took on all the construction management load, and their program didn't ask for a position, didn't have a backup for that, so we took on those additional duties. And then as our system has matured on the AIM database, how we're monitoring now our condition of our buildings and going really live and real time on how we add information into that to keep our scores up. Looking forward 20 years on those systems. And as I mentioned last week, we just did a similar look at over 460 state buildings. So now all that's going into that database and then trying to get all the reports and the information back that we use in-house, that the schools use, and to supply yourselves, the legislature, the governor's office, that information. We've got an awful lot of data, and we need help keeping up on those reports and pulling that out. I can just flat say that when we were trying to work the budget this year, at certain times, he had so many other things going on that we, the staff, tried to do that without his help. And I can give you an example on the planning side. So one of the things that database contains is a lot of information on every classroom in the state, what grade level that's in and how many students that classroom would hold. And we were trying to do some reports for recalibration, and our staff was working on that. They spent a couple, 2 or 3 days. We finally said, okay, we're gonna go knock on JJ's door because he's working on the budget stuff. He had it to us in 15 minutes, and we had a couple of staff people spent 2 days on it. So we need to be able to get that out, have those reports, and that's really what this position is. Number one, somebody to kind of learn what he is doing and help and back that up, when he goes on vacation or whatever might happen. And then help more data-driven analysis. We'll talk today in the budget about the strategic plan that was passed last year in House Bill 86. And there's going to be an awful lot of information that's going to have to come out of these various databases to help support that and provide information to the legislature, et cetera. So again, Mr. Chairman, that's the reason for this lift. What we're looking at for this position, and this includes the salaries, the benefits, health insurance, those sort of things, is $274,139. Again, we're looking for a higher level position because it just has not worked with having a lower position within the office to support that. It's just basically a turnover over the years. Mr. Chairman, the governor recommended support of that. And so, again, asking for that position.
Okay. Questions on this FTE? Okay. Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The second position, Mr. Chairman, is for the school side of the house. And by the way, both of these would be funded through the school foundation program, not the general fund. But the school side. And again, over the years, we've had duties added to the department. So just about the time that I left the department at the end of 2019, we had been working with the Joint Appropriations Committee and particularly Representative Larson on codifying, making changes to state statutes on construction activities and the verbiage there. And at that point in time, then I left it again at the end of the year. During that 2020 session, a bill moved forward and it added the duties to our operations and our fiscal side of the house that all contracting for construction projects for the state would come through us in the future. So that was added to us. There was no personnel given to that to modify all that. Take on all those additional duties to look at all the contracts, review contracts, put it on our website, go out, open those contracts and that kind of stuff. And at the time, my predecessor after that came in, we had a gentleman that left the department that really kind of fulfilled this role that we're talking about today. Mr. George Galida, I think maybe some of you maybe remember George. He worked for the department for quite a long time, did an awful lot of testimony before the select committee, the commission, and the legislature. And so had I been in the same shoes, I'd have probably done the same thing. They needed the help over on the fiscal side with the added duties. So he took that position's funding and moved it over and got some positions to help out on the fiscal side of the house. Fast forwarding today, we've got an awful lot of work. There was some modifications made to what the department does. And that is that in the past on the Mercer studies, for example, those were handled pretty much by the districts. Changes in the commission's rules, and I think for the better, those now flow through us. We're in control of those. We monitor those. And this year we had 28 facilities that had Mercer studies done. A couple of those were combined, so I think we had 23 Mercers. We're going to see Mercers in the future. And right now that's falling upon primarily Shelby and John Rexis to do all of those besides the things that they were doing before. We've got a lot of activities going on where we'll add, again, on the school side, stuff to help out with the strategic plan. We've got a couple of different lawsuits going right now. There's a number of studies we're going to be moving forward and doing required by statute every 4 years. We're currently in the process of updating our adequacy standards, what needs to go into our classrooms, those sort of things. And tied to that is our design standards. George kind of handled all that in the past. Those will require rule changes as we move forward on those. And again, he kind of worked on that. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. I believe in you that, bringing those Mercer studies in-house was a good move. My question is, what's our time frame right now on getting a Mercer study done? Go ahead, Shelby.
Mr. Chairman, Shelby Carlson, School Facilities Division Administrator. We went out, and this was prior to me coming to the department, and had put out a request for proposals. We had 4 consultants propose. We put all 4 of them on contract with us, and we have taken those Mercer studies and spread them out across those 4 consultants. And so what we're seeing right now, they're taking us, and a lot of it depends on the complexity of the study itself. Some of them we are getting done in probably 6 months. I would say some of them that are much more complicated are taking us a year or more, a year and a half. We spend an awful lot of time working on Teton 1's Jackson Hole High School, just a very complex, most cost-effective remedy study, and working very closely with the district. So a lot of it depends. What I'm seeing from our consultants is they can manage really one at a time. And so we just roll through one and roll to the next one. We do have one team that comes in with a lot bigger staff. They can kind of keep 2 of them moving at a time. But in general, one at a time per consultant. And then certainly when it gets to the department, it often gets stalled on my and John's desk, just depending on when we can get to those reviews. So.
How many do we have finished?
We have 11 Mercers still ongoing from the 23 that we started with. And the ones that are left are both capacity and condition. And so we're moving along. I'm anticipating we should have 3 or 4 finished here in the next month or 2. But a lot of that depends on once we come up with those remedies and working through the district to make sure that we haven't missed something in our evaluation. And sometimes we have to regroup, so.
Mr. Chairman?
Oh, okay. Yeah, go ahead, Senator.
Thank you. Just a quick comment. We're aggressively ahead of schedule today, and I just wanted to say in the last comment about the Mercer and with regards to Teton County School District Number 1, a group from Teton County School District Number 1 was racing down here to be here just to be supportive of the work of the state construction folks and school facilities commission and committee and the great work they've done in Teton County. But I turned them around because I said, you won't make it here in the next 2.5 hours. We'll be finished with it. So given the winds on I-80, and I just said, you'd be wiser just to turn around and head home. But I told them that I would speak on their behalf and say, these folks really did a job for us in an extremely complex situation that they really put their shoulder to the wheel to. And the committee did, the commission did, and all the folks, the whole team. And so I just wanted to recognize that. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Senator, thank you for covering for them and keeping them out of danger. I wish you hadn't turned them around, because I can ask enough questions to go to 1 o'clock if we needed to. You probably wouldn't appreciate that, but thank you for that. I wanted to interject and ask on these Mercers. So what I'm hearing you say, Ms. Carroll, is that we're about one a month, getting these out on average, which, who knows when they started, but you've given me a pretty good glimpse into how long it's taking. But I noticed you said you're using 4 consultants, and then you mentioned that there's one team that comes in and they can handle sometimes more than one of these at a time. If you could just give me a little bit better understanding, is that one of those consultants that you're discussing there? And another thing I'd really like a fine point on, Director McComey was pointing this out, we've moved this into the department. So this is Mercer Studies that the state is funding through your department, not any studies that a particular district is paying for. Is that right?
Mr. Chairman, that is correct. All of these are being paid for with funds that have been provided by the state. The funds that we're using came through the 2023 appropriation, was $5 million appropriated in 23 for most cost-effective remedy studies. The team that I was discussing is one of our consultants, and they've brought on, they just have a bigger team on board to help. So they've got more ability to put more project managers on, whereas the other 3 teams really has one project manager that's trying to run all of those. In this particular case, they have 2 or 3 project managers, so they can kind of keep things going, and they just have a bigger staff that they can allocate to working on these Mercer studies.
Director, $5 million in 2023, I assume that was to cover all the buildings that you determined needed a Mercer study, or how many buildings did that cover?
Mr. Chairman, yes, there wasn't any specifics. There was just 5 million allotted out of the 100 million that came. And so looking at where we're at right now with that, we're not asking for an increase in that. We think we have that covered, even looking into the future, because we can also use some of our planning funds. So it really kind of, what we're seeing, the big lift coming forward is probably going to be more on the transportation building side and some of that. We've formed a group with the facility managers. We set that team back up, asked the districts to put a facility managers group so we can get feedback on a lot of these studies and things, in-depth studies we're doing, so that, we don't do a lot of work and then get a lot of pushback. We want them at the table with us when we're working through this, make things flow a little bit better. But on the transportation buildings, Mr. Rexis, I think, came up with a pretty good idea. When you look at transportation buildings, they come currently under our guidelines, they really come in 3 sizes. You have small, medium, and large. Those are each based on the number of buses that would go into that facility that drives the number of bays that you would have. And we've heard from the legislature, particularly from the select committee over the years, about prototype buildings. Well, we're thinking this is a good opportunity, and this is another study that this individual would help drive, is to set up and hire an architect and then use a facility managers group to sit down with us and design some prototypes, a small, a large. The other, when you get to large, now Campbell County, Mr. Chairman, has the biggest bus fleet in the state. They drive the most miles, even though they don't have the most students, but they have the most buses. And so when you get to the large, you just look at the number of buses, you can add some more on. Bays on, but you can get the administrative space and a bunch of that kind of under a prototype building. And we think that'll, number one, speed it up. It'll reduce our design costs and give us a better overall look at what these facilities look like, and reduce those costs. And so again, that's something that we're gonna take on this coming year if we have manpower to phase that in and move forward. And again, utilizing the facility and transportation managers from around the state. So that's where we think a bunch of our new Mercers are gonna come. What drives the Mercer is you have capacity, so where you're at that 100%, or you have condition of FCI score of 0.3 or higher. A lot of those that were backlogged under that are under these current Mercer studies, and we're moving forward on those. Again, with our new system for our facility condition indexing scores that we have for our buildings, we can forecast ahead when they're gonna hit a 0.3, and that's where we put those into the system and do the Mercers. My own perspective on this is we'll see probably fewer of those. Again, there was kind of a backlog of not doing a number of projects for years. But as we move forward now with the funding that we have in major maintenance and be able to pinpoint where those major maintenance dollars should go, those ones and twos as they're referred to in the systems, those that are failing or poor, and now being able to recognize when those are coming forward in the future, we can address a lot of that work with the major maintenance. And I'll talk a little bit later in my presentation today about the money that we're rolling back or that we moved back into the school foundation program this year. Two of those, $15 million of that came from two projects that we did Mercers on that were budgeted as a total reconstruction. And at the end of the day, through the Mercer process, we were able to do those as large component projects and saved $15 million on those two projects alone on working through these Mercer projects. So again, when we look at where we're at, I think a lot of these administrative buildings at that 0.3 or your transportation, if we can get prototypes put together, I think that's going to save a lot of money for the state in the long run.
And Director, by rollback, you mean reversion?
That's
right?
correct, yes.
That's the term we use, trying to just make sure we're following along with you here.
Yep, thank you.
Mr. Kocha? Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. Vice Chairman.
I probably have
Senator
a
Driscoll.
statement as much as a question somewhat. First, Mr. McComey, Director McComey, a huge thank you. You know, I've watched your department go from being a pretty substantial department to go into a huge one that affects an immense part of what our spending is. And what you just gave as examples has been a dream of mine as to how do we standardize and move forward. And I applaud you and would like to continue to offer my support and hopefully all of ours on how we streamline and save money. You know, we can't stop the maintenance costs, but you're sure finding ways to do it. And I'm going to ask you as you go through the presentations to continue to point out and ask us for areas where we can actually enhance you to be a lot more forward on it. To your component model, to me, it's where K through 12 needs to be, and you've known that forever. But obviously, it's not just schools; it's across the state now. And I wonder if two people's enough long term. And I flinch as we try to keep government efficient in doing it, but sometimes really getting staffed up and having the right stuff is a huge return, and I think we're starting to see that. So I'd ask you to really highlight where we can help you, because you're already helping us, but I really want to know how we can do it, because your department's ending up being a substantial part of where we spend state money and where we can save money. And I think the model of what you guys have done is admirable. So isn't that true?
Director, can you make sure you point out those opportunities for reversions?
I'll do that, Mr. Chairman. I have the chart with us along the lines of what Senator Driscoll was talking about. So if we come back to the previous position that I talked about, that we're asking for, one of the things that we're standing up, we're right in the process of doing that right now, is similar to our major maintenance program and our FCI scores, is a routine maintenance program. So the districts can put in and we can actually track the routine maintenance that they're doing. Because I think JJ's abilities, we were able to get that program for a little bit over $1 million, or right around $1 million. The cost of that program was actually, if you priced it out from the company, and it's the same firm it matches and logs right in, was a little over 13 million. We're the leaders in the nation for that. We're setting that up and helping them get that going. And so Sweetwater 1, Rock Springs, and Sheridan 2, Sheridan school districts are partnering with JJ on that script right now. So we're writing those scripts tailored to how districts do their work so they can report that. So from an efficiency standpoint right now, we're required to do a 680 report, or at least the districts do, and they report on all their major maintenance. As they do their major maintenance, this will now, they'll just put that into the program. It'll go into our database. We can update the FCI scores, but at the end of the day, they hit the easy button instead of literally spending weeks with their staff coming up with how much they spent and rectifying that for major maintenance. It's already in the program. And we're gonna roll that out with our state offices also. The firm was a little bit reluctant to give us the same pricing on the state side. JJ convinced them that would be a good thing to do. And so again, we're gonna roll that out and help our state partners also with that routine maintenance program. And in the strategic plan, you got kind of three pillars here. You got routine maintenance, you got major maintenance, and you got capital construction. And if you can be more efficient on your routine, it saves you on your major maintenance, which saves you on your capital construction. So that's my ultimate goal as we roll through this process. And when we roll out my strategic plan process, Mr. Chairman, I'm gonna be asking for a couple of legislators to help serve on that, because part of that is how do we give you the information that you need to help in the budgeting process. So the team that I'm putting together, when we do that, is gonna have a couple of commissioners. I'd like to have a couple of members of the legislature to help us move forward with that strategic plan in the long term.
Maybe Senator Driscoll will volunteer for that, we'll see.
Chairman, response to that, I'm really bad at the follow-up with them. I've got too many things going on. I would absolutely die to do it, but I think you can find some people that are actually engaged much better than I am. So for my end, I'm gonna tell you now, I'm really not the right person. You need someone that's gonna put their shoulder down in this. I think what you're doing is gonna change. It's probably the one area of what we all sit in here outside of just overall school funding that we can make significant moves on the state budget and savings is this. We've put it in a package now through your agency. And I think it's probably the most significant agency to actually affect, you're on par with corrections and health now, as far as I'm concerned, as far as where our state dollars go and how to spend them efficiently. And I think you've got the right team to do it. It's pick someone better than me to help you get there.
Representative Angelos? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Director and Shelby, we were talking about Mercers. I want to go back to that. I just want to touch back. I know Conestoga and Campbell County has been waiting on their Mercer, and I talked to you in October, and you thought you'd had that done by December. Money's been appropriated. They're waiting on that. Where are we at on that Mercer?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Angelos, that revision on the draft came to me about a week and a half ago. It's sitting on my desk waiting for my review. I've been pretty bogged down with a large LSO request and JAC prep, so it's back. I would hope to have it to the districts here fairly quick, maybe by next week.
Follow up? Okay. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I just want to make sure I understand that what I'm hearing is accurate. Basically, it sounds to me like you're centralizing the Mercer process, so you guys are handling those. That's the debit side. The credit side, is that then done through state allocation so that the proper districts are actually footing the bill for that, or is there something else at play?
Maybe Director Hibbard would like to weigh in on that, just to give us a little lesson on how the finances flow for those Mercer reports.
Mr. Chairman, if I understand the question correctly, what I would do is I would turn you to page 4, and in column 5, the total budget request, you will see in other funds, you'll see 401-420-230. That's the school foundation program. That's 401-420-230. That is an exact match to the governor's profile and all the tables within all of the discussion that we have today. In fact, if you go to the governor's profile, column F, record number 21, or row 21 is operations. That's 10,352,605. That's where the answer lies. But I just want to finish that your CAPCOM budget is 153,202,502, and that's the exact match to the committee's number. And the major maintenance is 237,865,123. Again, an exact match to the committees. LSO worked hard. I want to thank our partners in that, but what you'll note is that this is covered with the school foundation program dollar.
Director Hibbert, I think to put a finer point on it, this would be going back to the 2023 bill for $5 million, paying for the Mercer reports so that they could be state-controlled. Was there ever a component in there for allocating that out to the districts?
Mr. Chairman, no. And that's a really key question. In a previous conversation with the superintendent of public instruction, I was looking for the opportunity to talk about statewide cost allocation. I won't go into that detail, but we don't allocate statewide costs allocate past the state agencies. So we don't go into the local governments. We don't do the allocation of the school foundation program. School foundation program is like the general fund. While we account for it, we don't clear it because we're moving money from our left pocket to our right pocket. So there is no cost allocation associated with the general fund or school foundation program for that reason.
Okay. Director, this wouldn't apply to this issue and Mercer reports, because once the report's paid for, it's done, other than the information we have. But other things that go out to those local governments, they come back to us, we get the information in our audit reports that we get into the audit department. Isn't that accurate? Their expenditures of any funds that we provided to them.
Mr. Chairman, I can allow the agency to answer that question, but my answer would be yes.
Okay. Director?
That's correct, Mr. Chairman. So if you take the major maintenance, as I mentioned, the dollars go out to the districts, they spend the dollars, they have to do a 680 report, tell us how they spent all those dollars. And on the front end, they have to come to us to ask to spend those dollars on a project so that we can confirm that it meets state statute and it's eligible for major maintenance, and it's not a routine maintenance type of project. At the end of the construction projects, again, we're involved in that, we're paying the bills on that, but there's also an audit done on every one of those construction projects that come back and work through that process. And in fact, in our budget process, I think it's the 680 report, there's actually a couple of items that were read in there that was through the audit process. It was found that they needed to revert some money back. Too much had been paid. So there's a pretty good accounting on how that's all done. And again, we're required to do audits on the school side on all those major projects.
And those audit reports would be found at the Department of Audit. Is that accurate?
No, they come through us. I don't know. I'm not familiar enough on how we house that, maybe whether we keep all, I know we're the ones making the fiscal notes and keeping track of all those costs. Whether it ends up over an audit, I don't know.
Director Hibbert, can you opine on that, please?
Mr. Chairman, this is a rough, I'm not absolutely certain on this, but what I do believe is this is the function of the State Construction Department to follow through on that on the behalf of the state of Wyoming. I'm not 100% sure that there is a Department of Audit relationship on this. I can speak at length to some other relationships with the Department of Audit, but I don't know if that's the right time today to do that.
Okay, so back to the agency, is that audit information available to the public?
Mr. Chairman, that information is actually part of our entire construction budget. And so when we get to the end, the district actually goes out and procures that audit. And that audit comes back to the district and to the department. It would be available. We receive that at the department.
Okay, so they just have to make a request of the department.
That's
It's not-
correct.
Not available on a website somewhere?
That's correct.
Okay, all right. Okay.
Mr. Chairman, just as an anecdotal piece of information, and Shelby and Dell can speak to this just as well as I can, is there's a very important function of a project, and that is the engineering technical while the project is being addressed, while it's being facilitated and finished. And then the final aspect of that is to go through the project final. The project final, you check off every single requirement of that project. It'd be the havoc, it would be the sidewalk. And then if that's completed, then the contractor gets paid. If the contractor hasn't completed it, then it goes on a punch list, and that punch list is addressed. And then if it gets paid, then they get reimbursed for that. But there's always, I'm not confident that state construction, I think they do, but there's always a holdback on the contract, say 10%, so that if you don't perform, then we keep that until you do perform. So I think this is what we're talking about in the nature of an audit, is a project final.
Correct. I think we are talking about when it's all said and done, that we would have that audit. And just wondering how the public could look at that if they wanted to. That's within your department. I think, when money goes out from the state to local governments and that type of thing, they do go back to the Department of Audit, and we have an audit available to the public. It's on a website. They can get to it and access that for local governments. Representative Pendergraft, did you have any follow-up to that? Okay, we're good there. Any other questions? All right, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. You asked about the reversions, and it's kind of tied into this conversation. So this year, we made reversions of $25,993,338.45. So how that works is, again, at the end of these projects, we sit down with the districts, confirm that all the work's been completed, confirm it's all done. Our fiscal side of the house is helping review all those bill payments and making those payments for the construction work and reimbursing all of that. And so those are reverted. So got a big, long laundry list of projects that we reverted. Mr. Chairman, this last year, we actually talked in this committee about two larger projects, and I mentioned those earlier. Those two projects, when the Mercers were done, and then we went in and did really address systems within the building rather than building a new building. The one project was up at Sundance, a transportation facility. We reverted back $7.1 million. And then the second one was a transportation facility in Lincoln 2 in Afton, and we reverted $8.3 million back. So out of that $26 million, 15.4 came from those two projects. We did that earlier, so early. Generally, what happens is you wait till the project's completed. They're just getting started on those projects now, so we held some money to make sure that we keep it, so there may even be some more reversion when it's done. But I felt that was such a large dollar amount, and the type of work changed, that it was incumbent upon the department to return that larger amount for those two projects early. And I think we may have one or two more of those coming forward in a similar manner when these Mercers that we're currently working on are completed. So again, if that's the case, we're gonna return that money sooner than later. We actually try and do our reversions on a monthly basis with LSO. We send those back for these projects. And so we can do that, in a timely manner. Certainly before next budget season, we'll have, if we have similar type situations, we'll have that reverted back, so.
Director, we always appreciate reversions in this committee.
Yeah. Well, just to note, Mr. Chairman, the reversions were about double what our operations budget that I talked about earlier were. $13 million to run the agency, and the reversions that came back alone were at $26 million, so.
Okay, please proceed.
Okay, Mr. Chairman, again, the request for this second position is $371,080, and that includes, again, the salaries, the benefits, health insurance, retirement, travel, all of those sort of things. And in this case, it includes the travel, because this is a new position. The other one, we didn't have travel in, it's an office position, so we didn't have anything for travel within that, but we are showing that travel in this particular budget. The governor recommended approval of this as an ongoing request is submitted.
Any questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next up is a $750,000 request. This is for the strategic plan to put a consultant on to help us do this statewide strategic plan. We talked with, actually, this bill came out of the committee, Joint Appropriations Committee last year, and it didn't make it through the final process at the end of the day for the funding for that. We'd certainly like to move forward. There was a lot of testimony with your committee, Mr. Chairman, at all three of your meetings last year on this. And it really tied back into the overall discussion we've had up to this point on how we can be more efficient, provide more transparency, give a longer-term look to the legislature, to the governor's office on what might be coming up on projects. At the end of the day, I'd like to be able to forecast to you all, what we come up in maybe the next 5 years with projects, rather than more on a kind of a steady basis as we're going through on a year-to-year basis. I'd also like to be able to track and provide data and reports to the legislature and the governor's office on major maintenance, as far as, are we making progress? We've got some increases in major maintenance in the last couple of years with the new system that we're using. I think what you're going to see overall is our FCI scores for our building portfolio as a whole, be it the state buildings or the school buildings, are going to go down, which is good. The lower the number, the better the condition of those facilities. But again, to track that in real time comes back to, again, that other position, our database and the strategic plan. So again, Mr. Chairman, that $750,000, the governor recommended approval of that $750,000 as requested.
Okay, so for the sake of the public, we're on page 23 and 24. And Director, if you could just include page numbers as you advance to each one of those exception requests. Are there any questions or comments on this section?
Mr. Chairman, just a house cleaning item. On the bottom of page 24, the governor's recommendation is ongoing. It needs to be one time. Okay. The table is perfect on page 29, and I want to just explain that real quick. If you go down the code side where the $750,000 of general funds is, you'll see 0903. 0903 is one time. Yep. So the agency's narrative was facilitated through the governor's recommendation, but there is no adjustment necessary on the table. Thank you.
Thank you for that clarification, Director. Any other comments or questions on this section? Seeing none, please proceed.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Next up is on page 25. That's our exception request for TRP. That's our software, monitors, et cetera, for the department. We're asking for, in this case, this is priority 2A, 200 series. This is for JJ's position, our CFO's position. It's for a performance laptop and then 2 monitors, $2,385. That funding to come from the School Foundation Program. When we talk about this overall, this one and then this next one up, which is also dealing with our laptops and those sort of things, we came up where we're supposed to be replacing about 30 or 40 monitors. Our monitors are working fine. What we worked with ETS and for my department is, let's just use the monitors we have. Give me a couple of spares if a monitor breaks. We'll go ahead and replace it at that point in time. So I took that out of the budget. So you'll see a lot fewer monitors being requested. As far as the computers, I went back and had our CFO again, JJ, takes care of all of our computer needs in-house, and look at what we've had with issues. We've only had a couple of computer issues over that 4-year time frame that they run these computers through. We lost a hard drive and I think one other computer. So I think what ETS is doing and the profile they have right now is working pretty well. They are, and I'd like to reach out and give them a kudos. They're pretty responsive to us when we have an issue, the way they're set up. And again, so when we kind of work through these are standard requests that we're required to make. Again, we have an office under object code 0292. Again, this is on page 25. We have some office software that we're requesting, Microsoft G3, and then that's one unit of that, and then an Adobe Pro, 2 of those. Again, not everybody has these. I try to keep that with users that need that stuff. I'm not a big computer user. I'm an email guy, and so I don't need all this higher end laptops. I don't need extra monitors and that sort of stuff. That's kind of my philosophy as director. And so you'll see just a couple of items there as far as being requested. And this is to make some of the things run that we currently have right now a little bit more efficient, where we have people that can utilize 1 or 2 or even in some cases 3 monitors. And if to sync those up, so you're not having to stop, go back, go back. The Adobe Pro, for example, is what we're asking for there. So, Mr. Chairman, the recommendation is approved by the governor is for $3,245 of this request. He recommends $2,385 of that be a one-time request, and further recommend the $860 be ongoing.
Okay. Director, now that you've explained the Adobe software, I think, we've been through this with ETS.
Yep.
As long as, Director Hibbard, the ETS presentation we got did cover school foundation funded computers as well, correct?
Mr. Chairman, yeah, the TRP is absolutely funds distributed, meaning where the money's coming from, federal, state, and
Right.
the
I
schools.
just wanted to make sure that was covered then.
And Mr. Chairman, the governor's rec is perfect on this.
Perfect. We appreciate perfect. Director, so it'd be helpful, we've been through TRP requests already, so if you just want to explain on each one, this goes with that position, just so we understand, and then I'll give the committee an opportunity to ask questions if anything stands out to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The bigger ask overall starts on page 27, Mr. Chairman. That's priority number 15, the 200 series hardware and software requests. We have 20 laptops that are coming up for replacement. Again, we have 30 personnel, so this is kind of a cycle through that for going to hit most of the folks that work in the department. And then we have 3 other high-performance laptops. So the total ask there at the bottom of that page is for $34,855. And again, you have to demonstrate and you have to have a need for those high power ones. So again, Jeremy and a couple of folks that really work with that database, the FCI scores, those sort of things, they're the ones that we're limiting to for those performance laptops. Any questions, Mr. Chairman?
Any questions for the director? Okay. None.
Okay.
Please proceed.
Object code 292, maintenance agreements related to that. So we have Microsoft Office G3, there's 29 units for that, and then Microsoft Office G5, 1 unit there. Total request for that is $16,614. So the total general fund, it's split up between both sides of the house. General fund, that's generally our CM side, our state folks, and then the schools foundation. Those are broke, $22,108 out of the general fund, $29,361 out of school foundation. The governor's recommendation was to recommend approval of $51,496 for this request as submitted. Of this request, he recommended $34,855 be one time, and then further recommended the $16,614 being ongoing.
Okay. Questions? Seeing none, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Okay. Mr. Chairman, next item up is on page 33, and that's a standard budget submittal. We're not asking for anything extra there, so we'll move forward beyond that. And next up, Mr. Chairman, is going to be an exception request where we start to visit about our design and construction and all of that for the school site. So I'm going to turn that over to Shelby. She's been our principal person that's kind of led that charge through the commission and through the select committee, and so she's the best to provide that.
Ms. Carlson, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, so I am starting on page 38. This is design. A lot of this information, all of these projects that we will be talking about have got completed most cost-effective remedy studies. And so we're very comfortable with the amount that we are asking. And with that, I think I'll just move right into the projects. I will spend a little more time up front here while we talk design, but then I won't need to talk those as we move on down through construction and demolition. So our first project there is Crick 1, Moorcroft Junior High School. This was a condition-related most cost-effective remedy study, hitting just above that 0.30. This facility is 37 years old. It's in good condition. It just needs some heavy-duty component work. A lot of those systems have hit the end of their regular service life. And so, you know, it's a large component project. They still have coal boilers in this facility. We'll be going in and putting in actually propane boilers in this building because they do have a lack of natural gas in that area. Roof, HVAC, plumbing, fire protection, electrical. So just really hitting a lot of those large components in that facility. So our request for this, $1,710,957. Any requests on Moorcroft before I move on?
Junior high school. Seeing none, please proceed.
Right. Mr. Chairman, number 2 here is East High School. This is a capacity-driven project right here in Cheyenne. You can, they were at 8-year projection, still at 107%. A capacity in that facility. Our request, $4,346,602. This addition, we did look at a number of options. They do have a little bit of capacity down in the South High School. Central High School sitting there pretty close to capacity. If we looked at shifting students around, we really just moved the problem. And we're still seeing a lot of growth going towards the east side and the south sides of Cheyenne. So our most cost-effective remedy is to go in and do renovation and some addition to the existing East High School. We're going to add about 413 seats for 17 classrooms, 36,247 additional square feet. When we add that many seats, we have to take a good look at the cafeteria space, kitchen flow. We're going to take a look at our CTE and those types of things. So about 9,624 square feet of reconfiguration on that facility. So we did look at potentially a brand-new facility on a new site or rebuilding on the existing site. Those just aren't the most cost-effective remedy. That's not what needs to be done right now. This addition should get them many years. So any questions on East High School?
Questions on East High School? Go ahead, Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you guys for being here. As we look at East, so this would be what phase? Phase 1, 2, 3, where are we at as far as in that conversation?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Harrelson, this is just to proceed with the design with this particular project. I'll bring it up since that question leads into this. You will not see a request for construction at this time. There are a number of ways to put additions on that facility, and it all really ties into educational programming and where's the right places and how do you align that addition up with the existing way they have their classrooms, their science, their math, those types of things broken out. So we're making a request for design at this time, allow that design to proceed. We will be back next year with a request, but we want to make sure that dollar figure we're asking for is a good figure.
Okay. Senator Grew and Representative Pendergraft, Representative Angelos, you all got that square footage in case we get questions on the floor? Okay, all right. And Director Richards, you got it? Okay. I didn't get it. You spoke too fast, but that's okay. As long as they've got it, we're good.
I'm happy to give them again if you'd like,
All
Mr.
right, no,
Chairman.
that's fine. Any questions on East High School? Seeing none, please proceed.
All right, Mr. Chairman, our third project there is Hobbs Elementary School. Again, this is a conditioned school located here in Cheyenne. The conditioned score on that is a 0.41. Our request, $3,675,736. This is to replace with a new facility on the existing Hobbs site. This building is 67 years old. It's just not well suited to go in and do any type of a renovation to that facility. So it will be a brand-new facility on that site.
Questions on Hobbs School? I know there was some news about some of the elementary schools here in this town. So are these two elementary schools part of that discussion that was going on last year?
Mr. Chairman, Hobbs Elementary School is a portion of that. East High School is actually not involved in the same study. That was a separate study, but Hobbs is included, correct?
Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, if I could make a quick comment for Representative Harrelson and the committee. Representative Harrelson was asking at what level you're at, level 1, 2, 3. That's how we use the terms on this construction management side. We don't use level 1 and 2 and 3 on the school side. So the Mercer study, and all of these have been through a Mercer study, are that level 1 and a little bit of the level 2 that comes into that. So then the next phase is design on the school side as we go through. So the Mercer study does take into account what the design costs would be and the construction costs for the most cost-effective remedy. So you have to get a little bit into that. What's the building going to look like? So again, that level 1 and 2. So I just want to make that clarification. If I'm sure Representative Angelos is up to speed on that because she sits on that school side. But for the committee as a whole, we kind of have two different acronyms on how we use that.
Representative Harrelson.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for that clarification. That does help. I'm going to throw a question in here as we're talking about these large projects. Obviously, we're 3.6, 3.7 million as we're looking at just designing. And then we're talking, I mean, the building costs are outrageous and all these things. Can you talk a little bit as I go around the state and I see a new school being built or a school that has been built, one thing I'm realizing and seeing a lot is everyone's different. Everyone looks different. Everyone is different. As we're seeing our building costs increase to the point of a school that used to cost 30, 40 million is now costing 100+ million, have we considered or thought about standardization of our school systems to the point that we know we need a school that meets this need for this demographic, this many students, this big of a community with this growth curve intentionally put in there where we already have the engineering, already have the architect, already have a building plan, already have everyone's up to speed, and we have that school package sitting ready to go where we could even turn around and go as far as to say, hey, we're seeing a huge drop in steel prices. We're going to buy 2 building packages because we have the funding to do it to then build. Or like it seems like in the commercial world, that's how we do things. But it doesn't seem like it's how we do things in this building side. Can you talk a little bit about those ideas? And I'm sure I'm not saying something that hasn't already been thought about, but can we talk about if that has been and what that looks like?
Director, do you have space to store a whole school?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. That was probably about the first conversation that I had when I first became director in 2015, and I'm sure it preceded that. And yes, we've looked at that. The problem you have with, if you compare like Walmart's, they kind of have a floor plan, they sell the same goods. Depending on the size of the community, it might be upsized, a little down. The problem with schools is that we're really basing it on building the school for the number of students they have. which then affects the number of common areas. So the more students, the bigger the kitchen, so it's really hard to do a prototype. Now, school districts are doing that sometimes, and they take plans from other school districts. So, for example, I think it was back in 17, 18 when we did the Basin School, they went around the state and looked at other schools. What happened at this school, that school, and the districts, we can offer up the plans. We own those plans once they're designed, and so we can offer up those plans. But I think here in Laramie, one is a really good example. So Metal Arc was their first 5-6 school, and that kind of set as a prototype for the next school, which was Coyote Ridge. Now, they made some changes. Again, you have different number of students and stuff, but it was really the prototype. And in fact, their contract for the design said these will be prototype schools, and looking to the next school was a prototype school. So the new 5-6 that they're building out south that we got the funding for is part of that. So now it's a bigger school because the one down south has 100 more students planned for it than the other two schools had. So you've got to add some more classrooms. But overall, they're using that prototype in this district. And I think that's good on how they're doing that. Hobbs, again, is going to kind of be along that lines. If I recall, I think through that, we're going to have about 100 more students at Hobbs. And not than Coyote Ridge, but then what?
Mr. Chairman, not at Hobbs, but at ARP Elementary. We have increased that by 100 students.
And so again, we're trying to utilize what's been done in the past, but it is difficult. We have looked at that because, again, I get that request from select committee all the time. But you just have, and again, the difference between an elementary school and a junior high on the size and the toilets and the fixtures and the square foot that's required by the grade count. So your kindergartners are 50 square foot, your higher grades are 40 square foot per student. So they just don't line up to have that in there.
All right, further questions? Follow up at all? Okay. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Similar question, and thank you for asking that question. That's one that's occurred to me a few times. I drive by a lot of these new schools, and I almost think this is a monument to the architect. What can I put in the exterior that is really going to say something? And yes, it's nice to have nice schools, it's nice to look at, but do we consider just kind of standardizing the exterior to a relatively simple, less expensive method, or are we too far down that road?
Mr. Chairman, a couple of different things there. So we have looked at that, and that is a discussion we have. So when we budget for a school, and if you want to get into the details, we could probably do that with Mr. Rexis because he's the one that puts that together. But through the adequacy standards and the design standards, the number of students, the square footage that we talked about, we put together an overall budget. So it's really up to the district then. The district then they're in control of the design. They hired a designer, they come through. And so it's where do they want to spend their funds? If they want to spend more money on the outside of the building, it's still a fixed amount of dollars. There's something inside. And so there's that give and take all the time that I've seen in different buildings being designed on what that looks like. We control the budget. That's really where we come back in and working with the districts is if they come, so we have different sets of plan reviews and we do value engineering at a couple of different times. And we don't allow them to proceed to the next plan section, say 60% design from 30% or something, until they can demonstrate they're within budget. And so there's an awful lot of conversation goes on in that value engineering and that you got to be within budget, and how do you control that? And I remember a good example of that, exactly what you're talking about, Representative Pendergraft, is Rock Springs High School, when they were looking at that prototype for that school. And they had this huge lobby area with giant glass fixtures and stuff. And we just said, that ain't gonna fit in the budget and take it out. And the district concurred and said, yeah, told the designer, take it out. And so we have that discussion all the time. It's just part of the process.
Vote. So it sounds like within the design and construction, there's still some local flexibility, so they can choose between different designs that you have the plans already for, but we have central control, but we still allow some decision-making there at the local level.
That's certainly so, Mr. Chairman. The other thing on the outside of the buildings, and you look at the parking lot, you look at the trees, that's a community decision. Cheyenne, you gotta plant so many trees per square foot and all that kind of stuff. Some of them say you gotta have a certain amount of rock or something on the front end of the facade. And so again, that comes back into that, and actually on the transportation building in Campbell County right now, that's a little bit of discussion with the local community on what do we have to put on the outside of that particular building and in that area, particularly where it's located pretty close to a new subdivision, so.
Okay. All right, seeing no further questions, please proceed.
All right, Mr. Chairman, still on page 39, I'm going to move on to Fremont 25, Rendezvous Elementary School, a request of $3,196,750. This is actually a continuation of a study that started clear back in like 17, 18. We finished a most cost-effective remedy study in 2019, really taking a look at utilization of their space. Fremont County 25 actually had about 300,000 extra square feet. And so it's just draining their major maintenance money down. Anybody that's been around for a long time knows about that time. They were in every year with a component project because they just didn't have enough major maintenance. So we've been working with Fremont County, Fremont 25 since that time. They have reduced down at this point in time to 140,000 excess square feet. And it's been a long journey. We've had to renovate certain areas because we had to move programs from one area to another. So it's been quite a journey. There has been money appropriated and 2 different times to accommodate these renovations and demolitions that have happened. Part of that study recommended that they move from 5 elementary schools to 3 elementary schools. So that is ongoing. A little over a year ago, actually probably a year and a half ago, they sold Ash Grove Elementary School. So that removed one of those. They're down now. They've got 2 newer schools, Willow and Aspen. And then they have 2 remaining elementary schools, Jackson and Rendezvous, which was actually built as a junior high school. So not really designed for those younger kids, K3. And they have reconfigured back to a K5 reconfiguration, and then they have a 6, 7, and then their high school. So as the district was looking at how to make this next change from 4 elementary schools to 3 elementary schools, they came and requested that we take another look, do a most cost-effective remedy, and figure out the best way to make that change. And so that's what this study was for. If we look at Jackson Elementary School, it's a small school. It was built in 1959, older school. We look at Rendezvous Junior High School, being used as an elementary now, was built in 1960. We did look at renovation of Rendezvous. It's a really big school, much too big for what they need for an elementary school. Renovation pretty difficult on that building. It's in good condition, but renovation very difficult on that older style building. And then we looked at Jackson Elementary School. We looked at putting an addition onto that school. Again, it's a small school. We had to put on an addition for students. We were also going to have to put an addition onto Willow Elementary School. And when we worked through that, didn't come out as the most cost-effective remedy. Best way to go is to right-size, build them a new school. It will stay on that same site. Jackson and Rendezvous are on a large site there in Riverton. It'll keep that school right there, which is the right location within Riverton.
Yeah, these, first of all, I'd like to be informed with regard to these projects. Secondly, there's only so much you can do with these old structures. I mean, at some point, you have to build something new. It's actually, I think, probably more cost-effective to do the new construction than adding on to the old. So, but as a courtesy, I'd like you to keep me informed on this. Director, what is your prognosis? What are we looking at in the months ahead on this?
Director?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Salazar, so the next step is to get this funding in place so that we can proceed with the design. It should go relatively quick. We do have the request in here for construction funds as well for that new school. We do anticipate that we will need to demolish the rendezvous. I have not put that in the request this year, and the reason for that is we also have an ongoing Mercer for their alternative school. When the alternative school was moved from the Tonkin Athletic Center over into their SPED building was part of that renovation that happened to move the alternative school out so that Tonkin could be demolished. They are way over capacity in that building. And so we're reviewing how best to address that. Rendezvous may be a player in there, I don't know for sure, but I didn't want to put in demo funds and then find out maybe the most cost-effective remedy was to demo most of that building and save a piece.
So, Mr. Co-Chair, so can you give me a timeline if we did something next year with the demolition? What is the time frame on having that kind of a completed project for them?
Mr. Chairman, so if I'm understanding the question correctly, if this funding were to come through, we're probably looking at a year to year and a half for design and then a year to 2 years for construction, a relatively small new facility. So I would say within 3 years, maybe just a little more, you'd be looking at a brand-new facility. And we, at that point, would know what we're going to do with Jackson Elementary School as well as Rendezvous.
Okay, good. Well, you'll keep me informed.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
All right, please proceed.
All right, Mr. Chairman. I'm going to move on there to Jackson Hole High School. This is a request for $2,809,810. I'd like to point out that our request is to have this funding effective immediately. That dollar figure does change if we wait until July 1 to get that money, and that's because it rolls us into another construction season and we have to absorb the inflation. So in the 2024 session of the legislature, there was $21.8 million appropriated for construction of the renovation for Jackson Hole High School for adequacy and to line up with their plan for their new Bronc Achievement Center. There was $1.3 million in unanticipated. As we've worked through that most cost-effective remedy, determined what that is, it is to put an addition on the west side of that facility. It helps them a lot with their circulation. We're putting in another long hallway that connects their wings because they have a lot of circulation area issues with narrow hallways. That's going to help them. We'll put in an extra set of restrooms there, and that allows them then, when they put in their achievement center, to be able to butt into that additional hallway, those restrooms, and help them leverage those funds towards their own facility there. So this request, when that appropriation came through in 2024, there were no design funds appropriated for that project. And so this request is for $2,809,810 for design. This includes, we're looking at renovating the cafeteria space, putting in more CTE space, getting all the CTE accommodated into the building, a new security vestibule, and then putting in that hallway to help with their circulation. So if we do wait and the funds aren't effective immediately, we're looking at needing another $767,908 if that money does not become available. It doesn't come available till July 1. So with that, I'd take any questions on Jackson Hole High School.
So if delayed, 3.5 something and 2.8 if we do it now and do it immediately. Okay?
Mr. Chairman, through the efforts of LSO and the State Budget Department, we have identified that the governor's recommendations for effective immediately can be funded. There's no lag or need to wait.
Okay. Representative Pendergraft?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a quick question on this LSO document, so this is probably for Mr. Richards. I see over here some red letters. Could you explain the significance of the red?
Good morning, committee, Mr. Chairman, Catherine Camerati, LSO Budget Fiscal. Yeah, so the red that you see in your LSO document, if you're looking at it, these just show what's effective immediate. So on the first line, major maintenance, you'll see that it lists out what is EI, or effective immediate. So of the major maintenance, for example, 1,122,400 is effective immediate.
Follow-up? Good? Okay. Thank you, Ms. Camerati. Senator Group.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just for the committee's edification, along with the 22 million that we appropriated in 24, there was testimony about this Bronco Achievement Center. What that is was a spec ballot petition where the community voted to authorize, I think it was 16 or 18 million, some is 16, I believe it was $16 million that they taxed themselves for, in addition to the 85 million they sent down 2 years ago, the 60 million we sent down in recapture money. We taxed ourselves again to build this center. This is going back to the standardization question that came from Representative Harrelson, that the community got together and said, we want to do these things that are kind of outside the box from the standard school, and so the community paid for it itself. And so that was, and that allocation came in 24. We wanted to show, the community wanted to show that that was not, we were not coming here for the first money in, that we'd already authorized money. And so then with the addition on the school, that all got together. That kind of confused things, but thanks to this group of people and the Mercer study, it kind of all got put in together and worked in together. And so that's why the money was appropriated first. Now we're coming back for design money, but now it's all working together. And it is really important that we get this, if we can get this now and save that construction season, because all those dollars we're losing to inflation on all the monies that have come in.
So Senator, was that a bond election that you guys did to fund that, or how did you fund that?
6 penny SPET, special purpose tax.
Okay, all right. Representative Pendergraft.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator, for that. That's fascinating to me, because I remember back in the 70s in high school, and various schools would go to big sporting events in our yellow buses, and Campbell County would show up in their luxury coaches. And my impression of the Campbell decision was that was supposed to equate that and say, no, you, basically they told Campbell County, you can't do that, you got to ride in the yellow bus too. Am I remembering that accurately? And then how do we justify what's happened there in light of that decision? I mean, I think the community should certainly be able to tax themselves, do whatever they want to do. I just see a little bit of a dissonance there.
Well, Representative Pendergraft, I think the Campbell decision means that Campbell County pays for new paint on your school bus. Senator, go ahead and give him your.
Just the good representative is absolutely correct. And equalization of school funding was a bill that came out of two legislators, both from Teton County. Back then, we were the poor county. That's why we're 22 in the license plate. We were the second lowest in assessed valuation. The worms kind of turned over the years since then, but that was the reason why, that's why Campbell County became a recapture district, and today, that's why Teton County is a recapture district. So, and when my constituents say, why are we sending that money down there? Why don't we do that? Why don't we just keep it? And I explain that story. I said, because of those Campbell County school buses way back when, and equalizing school funding. So we got no gripe. So that's where it came from, and that's why we taxed ourselves to do something extra. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Chairman, when we did the Mercer study, because of the spent money and the state money that was put into that, we were very careful to make sure how that would work in the separation for that because of this equity issue. And in fact, what is being proposed and built with the state's money falls under the adequacy standards. So the number of students they have, excess square footage, all of that. And there was a lot of back and forth. Senator Grew attended a bunch of those meetings, but there was a lot of back and forth on that. So we were careful to do that. But I would like to note also that Teton County is one of the few counties in the state right now that is seeing population growth year after year. So one of the things that I think the beauty of this fairly robust discussion that happened through the Mercer study in achieving what they wanted to achieve in the school is that in the future, when there's future growth, one of the things we looked at originally in the Mercer study, rather than building new footage, was taking their second gym and converting it into two-story classroom space. That proved out not at this point in time to be the best alternative because it didn't address the egress and bathroom spaces and all that kind of stuff because it's located on one part of the building. But in the future, as they grow, in one of our big discussions, our modeling showed they weren't going to grow as fast as what they say they're growing, and that's a big discussion, but they are growing, and they're one of the few counties that are, is that we can now convert in the future that it still leaves that second gym to be converted into classroom space, and we can add an awful lot of students into that to help rather than building a new building in the future, because that still is a pretty new building.
And Mr. Chairman, just one follow-up, just for Representative Pendergraft to take note of. That money that we put in, that sixth penny to build the Bronx Achievement Center, with this redesign, it was made sure, and this was something that came from School Facilities Committee that was very important to them at the time, Senator Landon and his committee, was that Bronx Achievement Center does not count for major maintenance. So that money stays out, so it's not something that gets added into. So the community knows that it's their facility, that piece is a piece that they own, and that's tracked out and not in the major maintenance package as we go forward. So just to let you know that, I mean, it was drilled down to that level.
Director Hibbert, is that common that we would do it that way? Because I know in the community colleges, we approve additional buildings that may be funded privately like this. This is a community funding it through a tax, but sometimes privately funded buildings, we take over the major maintenance on them. So which is more common, that we exclude it or that we include it?
Mr. Chairman, it's most common for us, for schools and state facilities to include them. There is the caveat with the private funded community colleges. And when we use the word private, what we're talking about is the community college's revenue, not the state's revenue. That the legislature has to approve the project authorization. If you do not approve the project authorization, then they will not receive major maintenance.
They could still build it, but as in the Teton case, they own it and they take care of it. Okay, thank you. Director, please proceed.
Mr. Chairman, so that completes our request for the design. This is school foundation funds. We did get governor approval for $15,739,855 for the one-time request for these projects, with the $2,809,810 being effective immediately.
Okay, before you proceed, Director Richards, is this a good time to break for lunch?
Mr. Chairman, I believe it would be. I would defer to the agency, but it appears to me that they've got about 50, maybe 60% left of their presentation.
Okay.
Certainly an hour or so.
All right, I think we'll go ahead and take a 1 hour break for lunch then and come back renewed and ready to hit the rest of it pretty hard.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
We're in recess for 1 hour.